And we're live for Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. And this fight's about legacy. The father started it all those years ago, and now the sons are carrying the torch. And now it's about who can get that win back. You know who it's for? It's for Conor Benn, because the Eubanks are one up. The first fight with Chris Eubank Sr., he won the first one by stoppage. In the second fight, it was a draw. And I know there was a lot of controversy around that. A lot of people felt that Nigel Benn won. But now the Sons are here and going to settle the score. And we currently have Vidal Riley versus Chevron Clark. And this fight's been a great fight. But I think it's Vidal Riley with his great footwork and just basically superior movement. He seems to be making Chevron Clark just hit thin air at times, and he's coming back with lovely counters. It's all about the basics, using your feet. Let me just, if there's anyone in the comments, just make sure that that everything, the audio's good. Let me just, okay. Oh, lovely right hand over the top there by Vidal. Coming into the 7th round, Chevron's looking a little bit tired. I mean, you're talking about the big boys now, so 14 stone forward cruiserweight. They're probably coming to the ring closer to 15 stone. So someone like Vidal Riley, who boxes and moves, takes a lot of energy. It shows what a great engine he's got. Let me just... Coming at the end of the 7th there. Yeah, when you look at the corners there, you can. It's sometimes good to see who's looking tired. You can see that Chevron's decided to stand. Is that a sign that he's tired? Wanting to make sure he gets that full oxygen into the lungs. And also, when you look at the corners, sometimes you can tell if the corners are panicking. Is the corner relaxed? And you can see the coach there looking over at the opposite corner, trying to get a look in to see what Vidal's looking like. Because I know in this situation, a lot of the times your coach, when you're feeling tired, your coach will go, he'll be just as tired as you are. Because sometimes in your own mind, you think, is it me just tired? Is my opponent tired? But 9 times out of 10, you are both feeling exactly the same. Okay, who have we got in the comments? Feel free to throw some questions over. Thank you very much, TC there. Audio all good. Excellent. The Truth channel. Big up, Lawrence. Best boxing channel on YouTube. I'll take that all day. There's not many guys actually on YouTube who are actually, being pro boxers. You've got the likes of Carl Froch, George Groves, but there's not that many of us out there, so it's nice for me to be representing, giving people that knowledge and experience. Because there's a lot of guys on YouTube who haven't boxed, and don't get me wrong, you don't need to have necessarily been a boxer, but you at least need to have felt a bit of leather on your face to really give good advice, you know what I'm saying? Otherwise, it's a guessing game. Because unless you've been there and done it, you don't really know what it's like to be in a boxing ring, especially when you've got these large crowds. It's a lot more than just the skill. Oh, lovely overhand right there from Vidal. Yeah. Round 8. Lovely double jab there from Vidal. It's this, with boxing, in its purest form, simple. You can overcomplicate it, but a simple double jab sometimes gets the job done. And that's what Vidal's doing. He's jabbing, keeping it nice and long, not letting someone like Chevron Clark, who wants to get in close and personal, and try and rough you up, get them bent arm shots off. Because the straight shots get there quicker than the bent arm shots. So Vidal's doing the right thing here. And you can see the way Vidal, he shoots the jab from the hip. Oh, overhand right there from Vidal. Did that hurt Chevron there? Oh, nice shot. And I've actually sparred both of these guys. Vidal, when he was only, I think he was only about 17. He's younger than myself, and we're both at light heavyweight, and obviously Vidal's matured into the cruiserweight division. But even back then, I could see the skill, great mover. He was up on his toes, and I remember thinking, will he just keep still? He was bouncing all over the ring, very hard to hit. In Chevron Clark, he used to come as well later, a little bit after I'd sparred Vidal. And he wasn't nowhere near. Oh, lovely overhand right there again from Vidal. Oh, and then he gets one back. Oh. Yes, I sparred Chevron, and he was very strong, very, very raw at the time. He wasn't as experienced as he went on to be, obviously. But I just remember him being strong like a little bull. And I just boxed and moved, kept him on the end of a jab, and it done the job. Simple ones and twos, and this is exactly what Vidal's doing. And my prediction was Vidal. If anyone's seen my previous prediction video, and the simple fact is because I've sparred both guys, and I knew the game plan both guys would adopt, and it's playing out exactly that. Vidal's keeping nice and long, boxing, moving, counter punching, and then you've got Chevron, who's kind of got, I don't want to, he's got slow feet. He's a bit of a plodder. He comes in with these swings and bent arm shots, but if you move your feet, it's a hard night's work for him because he hasn't got the most mobile feet. And he has experience. Did he go to the Olympics? He was part of the GB setup. I can't remember if he went to the Olympics, but I do know that he's fought some great people as an amateur on the world scene. So he's got the experience, but I think sometimes when you've got those slow feet, when you get someone who can box and move, it's always going to be a problem. Let me see what the comments are saying. Mr. MLW, loving the channel, keep up the great work, great insight on boxing. Thank you, mate, really appreciate it. Yam's physical catalogue of media, really loving the channel, very informative, the most important you come across, down to earth and humble, respect. Thank you, mate, appreciate that. That is what I want to do here on YouTube, give my knowledge, but I'm aware that just because I'm giving criticism and, analysing other fighters doesn't mean that I think I'm better than anybody else. I'm just giving my knowledge and experience and just trying to give the viewers an insight. Because I also know how hard and difficult boxing is. So there's no way I'm going to be putting someone down. If I do put someone down, it's only because, like the Ben Whittaker situation when I thought he quit, it come across negative, but boxing, I just did feel like in that moment he did quit. And I think there's a difference from not performing to looking for a way out, because me personally, I don't respect people quitting in boxing. It's different if you've got a serious injury, because if you go back to Daniel Dubois when he fought Joe Joyce, he had a fractured eye socket and everybody called him a quitter. But you're talking about the heavyweight division and it turned out he had a fractured eye socket, so that's a different circumstance. But just because the going's getting a little bit tough, Liam Cameron was starting to get the better of Ben. To me, that's quitting, and that's just because it's getting a little bit tough. Boxing, you expect it to be tough. So, yeah, to me, that's a different situation. It kind of showed with Ben Whittaker that he's kind of a little bit of an on-top fighter. He needs to be winning and not getting hit. The minute people start to touch him, he doesn't seem to like it. Oh, it's turned into a bit of a shootout here in round 9. Oh, the difference is here with Vidal, even when they're exchanging blows in close, Vidal's slipping and sliding, he's catching and returning, whereas Chevron's kind of winging them in, kind of hoping for the best, to be honest. Oh, but a lovely overhand right there from Chevron there, right on the top of the head. Sometimes them shots really, knock your equilibrium. There's a reason why really you're not meant to punch on the top of the head, because that's the soft part of the head. Yeah, them shots hurt. If I was in Vidal's corner, I'd be saying, just use the double jab, use the straight backhand, simple long-range boxing. See, that's lovely there from Vidal. He threw a right uppercut left hook and then he just pivoted off, took himself out of range, took himself off at an angle, so you're not there to be hit. Simple stuff, but very hard to do in reality. He's making it look easy. In this, like I say, when I sparred him all those years ago, at just of 17 years of age, I knew then his movement was beautiful. He's constantly moving laterally. Bit like, I'm not going to say exactly the same, but Alexander Usyk, what makes him so difficult is he hits you, changes the angle, hits you, changes again. He never stands in front of you. And that's like a bit like if you watch football. The good football players that's constantly passing the ball in angles, not in straight lines. I'm not claiming to be a football coach or anything, but from my experience playing football, passing the ball in triangles. Anybody, if I'm talking a load of rubbish, because I'm not really a footballer, but I'm just trying to give a different example. You can see Chevron there is looking a little bit marked up over the left eye. That's those overhand rights and straight rights from Vidal. Scotty Skipping, big up. I'm at the fight right now. Won the tickets from Ade. Oh, Ade is a great guy, by the way. I've met him over in Saudi, and he's friends with some of the lads on the Pain Game. Great guy, really insightful as well with his boxing. Really down to earth. One of the good guys. I just love the way Vidal, oh, lovely left hook to the body, then he comes back up the top. Beautiful stuff. Because I think a lot of people with Vidal might think he's just a boxer. He likes to keep it long, but he can also mix it up in them close quarters, as you've seen there, with a beautiful shot. But I like the way he just sits on that back foot, keeping his weight back, just keeping it nice and long. Because you can see Chevron when he steps in, exactly as he just done there, he leans in with his weight over his front foot, and that's where Vidal is able to counter. Again, right uppercut left hook, and then Vidal pivots off. Constantly changing the angles. Beautiful stuff. He's just so relaxed, Vidal. You see the way he shoots that jab from the hip? It's so relaxed, and it's hard to see when it comes from the waist. The thing is with Chevron, everything he's doing right now is a little bit predictable. It's a little bit too basic, and Vidal's reading it. Oh. Both guys end up on the floor. There's something going on with this ring. I mean, boxing's dangerous enough. You at least need to have the canvas, in good order. Malcolm, any advice you would give for a young amateur boxer? Yes, I certainly can. I think the biggest thing, especially in amateur boxing, is the basics. Oh, just watching there, they're losing a bit of footing there. In amateur boxing, it's all about the basics. Your ones and twos, you need good feet. If you master the jab, I'd tell any boxer, master the jab, because when your jab's good, it keeps your opponent off balance, and they're constantly got to try to find out where you are. And also, sorry, I'm just getting distracted watching this because this is becoming a war. Yeah, if you use your jab, it's also a range finder. So if you land your jab, you're in range to land your backhand. And the second thing I would also say is fitness, because it's fast pace. It's a bit like it's more of a sprint. So a lot of the time when I watch amateur boxing, the first round they come out fast, the second round they're starting to slow down, and by the third, it's quite often the guy who's fitter. So yeah, fitness is absolutely key. Master the basics in good fitness. And on top of all of that, it's just about being disciplined, because it's a sport, but it's also a dangerous sport. So you've got to live the life, live clean. I know it's when you're young, it's quite tempting to go out with your friends and, get up to no good, drinking and things like that. And girls, we all love girls, I'm talking about the males here, but also for the females getting distracted by males. It goes both ways. You've just got to be really focused on the prize. And if you want to be successful in boxing, you've got to have real commitment and discipline. You can, I often use the example, if you're a footballer and you're a little bit tired, you're having a good sleep the night before or whatever, you can pass the ball to your friend when you're getting tired. But in boxing, it's just you and your opponent. So there's no breaks. Sam Parker. Chevron's dangerous, but he's mostly getting styled on. That's it. You can be as strong as you want, have the best punching power, but if you can't get your feet into range to land your punches, beautiful left. That was more of like a check hook there from Vidal. Again, Chevron falls into range. Beautiful shot. Feet is key. I can't say it enough. Good feet in boxing. It gets you into danger and it gets you out of danger. You can see, I think that shot really hurt Chevron there because his punches have slowed down and he's looking a little bit laboured there. But yeah, as Sam Parker said there in the comment section, Chevron is dangerous. So Vidal can't afford to switch off because he's got that power. So, Vidal's got to stay switched on and use them slick boxing skills that we're witnessing at the moment. Yeah, when I'm looking at the two guys right now, it's Vidal looking the more fresher. And that's simply because of the punishment Chevron's taken. Oh, Chevron lands an uppercut there on Vidal. He doesn't need to be standing in the pocket. Get it range, use your straight punches, use your foot movement. And unfortunately, when fighters get tired, that's when they get a little bit lazy and think, I'll just fight. But it's been working for the full 10, 11 rounds. Why change it now? Keep boxing and moving. Because the finish line is near. He doesn't want to be making any silly mistakes. Oh, beautiful again. Gets on the outside of Chevron's jab. Comes back with the overhand right. Vidal's really shown his class here in moments. Well, throughout the whole fight, to be honest. I can see that Chevron's he's almost an autopilot. He's just grinding through, but he looks very tired. Very sloppy at the moment. His feet is like he's in there sinking sand. Boxing's not a good place to be when you're tired. I know that much. Oh, wow, that was beautiful. The way Vidal just stepped back as Chevron come in, created the distance in a lovely right hand as as Chevron come in. Beautiful. Yam's physical catalogue of media. It would be nice if Chris Senior turned up or just turned up backstage. Hugged his son and said he was sorry. Yeah, it would be great because, he's in Chris Jr.'s in the biggest fight of his life. He needs his support from his dad because I've said it in my previous videos that he got into boxing because of his dad, because of the legacy that his dad's created. And, to finally be fighting the guy who Chris Senior had a rivalry with, the biggest in British boxing, and not to be there and supporting his son, I honestly can't get my head around it. It's absolutely crazy. And I know that I've really respected the way Chris Jr. has held himself in the build up to this. He's showed real class and emotional strength. But deep down, he will be hurting. So it's a real shame, to be honest. But I think if his dad turned up now, will it affect him mentally? Because Chris would have already got himself in a certain frame of mind. So it might actually weaken him if his dad was to turn up now. I'm not too sure, but yeah, the whole situation's quite sad, to be honest. Yeah, this 12th round, both guys are clearly tired, but it's Vidal that's just keeping it together, keeping his shape a little bit better balance. He's just been better all round tonight, from his jab to his feet to his defence, accuracy. He's just been the better man all round. He's put on a masterclass. I said in my prediction video that Vidal was just better all round. Oh, don't want to speak too soon there. He just caught Vidal with the overhand right there, Chevron. But yeah, I just feel as if Vidal, he's got a bit of nose damage there, Vidal. I just feel he's better all round. Got more potential. I bet Vidal's corner's thinking, what you doing? Keep it long, box and move. Because at this stage in the fight, I've seen it before. You know, in the last round, seconds to go. And, was that just footing there from Chevron? Or was he caught with a shot? He's holding on. This canvas, whatever's going on, it's absolutely terrible. Oh, Chevron caught Vidal again. This fight's I've enjoyed this fight. I was backing Vidal, so I'm just kind of at this stage hoping he keeps it together, doesn't get caught by anything silly, and sees the fight out. He's standing trading. Belt. That was a great display there from Vidal. Excellent display. That is what you call great boxing. The purest form. Beautiful. Massive respect goes out there for Vidal. And Chevron Clark, he stayed in it. He gave it his all, but unfortunately for me, it wasn't good enough. And I know Chevron in his last fight, he got beat. Has he found his level? Sometimes it might be a case of, I don't want to criticise his coaching, but something within camp needs to change. He needs to make some adjustments because whatever he's doing isn't working. It's took him this far, but sometimes in sports, you need to make some change to get to the next level. What's the comment section saying? Let me just... Yeah, I think the result here, I think it's a pretty easy one for me. I'd be very... I mean, I can't see it anything but being a wide victory, to be honest. I think Vidal will be very confident. He's got his coach there, Leon. Someone else who I've been on the pain game with. another great guy. Whatever Vidal's doing in his career is working, because I'm seeing huge improvement in every fight. I can really see the development. I think he's won the English title previously. I can see him going all the way to the top, to be honest. If he keeps on developing the way he is, because he's still quite young, so he's going to mature into the weight, I can see him going far. I can see him becoming a world champion. Let me see what the results saying. Yep, Vidal Riley. Take a bow, Vidal. You put on a masterclass. Respect, that was a great fight. But to be honest, he just looked levels above. From start to finish, he looked like he was levels above. It looked like in times like he wasn't really out of second gear. He made it look really easy. And that just shows how good he is and what his potential is. Absolutely great to see. Okay. Okay. Who have we got next? We've got Liam Smith. Okay. So what's people saying in the comment section? What's your predictions for Chris Eubank versus Conor Benn? Let me know. It was interesting that Chris filled the weigh-in this morning. Sorry, yesterday morning. Which it was something I was worried about coming into the fight, because I seen him out in Saudi when he fought Kamil Saramata. And he looked gaunt and he looked very tight at the weight. And again, exactly like we've seen in the build-up of this fight in the last few days, he was sweating it out in a sweatsuit. And that really weakens you in fights. And we've seen when he fought Liam Smith, who's actually coming on next, his chin wasn't the same, because Chris was known for having a great chin. And exactly like his dad, actually, he was known for having a great chin. And Liam Smith caught him with a shot where, in the past, that shot, he would have just walked him through it. But when you're tight at the weight and you're dehydrating yourself, it affects your punch resistance. So that's what I was worried about coming into this fight. And he did make the second rehydration clause in the morning today. He had 10 pounds, and I think he come in at, I think it was 169 pounds. And I seen that that Conor came in at 165, which is well within that 10 pounds limit. And I'd also said in my prediction video, if Chris is weak at the weight, and Conor being the smaller man, but making the weight comfortably, that's actually an advantage, because he can fully hydrate, fully fuel up, eat what he wants, and then he can put 110% into training. Because sometimes I've been there myself. If you've maybe not made the weight correctly, or you're tight at the weight, you spend half of the training camp trying to make weight rather than being able to focus on, tactics. So it's not ideal. It's far from ideal. So my predictions today, I'm still going to go with Chris, but am I confident after the failed weight, missing the weight? I'm just not sure, because essentially being dehydrated massively affects your performance, because even in 24 hours you think, oh, that's enough time to fully rehydrate. Well, it's not, because it's got to filter water into every organ in your body. It's not just your muscles, getting into your blood. It's got to get it all around the body, so it can really affect your performance massively. And most importantly, it's dangerous, because your brain is surrounded by water. So being dehydrated, you're going to have less water on the brain. So essentially your brain is rattling around your skull more. So it's not good at all. I'm going with Conor Benn by KO within 7 rounds. Okay. Conor's more explosive, accurate, quicker, more aggressive. But being aggressive and emotional can also drain you. Well, that's the thing. He is more explosive, but if Eubanks is still in there in the second half, I would favour Chris. I'm saying that, but again, if he is drained at the weight, the second half, Chris could be also struggling. This weight situation really is a problem. Lou Brown, it's a lot of weight fluctuation in short span of time. It's dangerous when talking about CFS fluid. Yeah, it's not good at all. Like I say, your body can't just rehydrate in 24 hours. It can if you've only slightly, lost a bit of fluid. But if you've lost a lot of fluid in the body out of all of your organs, because he was sitting, sweating it out in I don't know what sort of piece of equipment it was. It looked like some sort of sauna situation. But yeah, essentially it's just draining all the fluid from your body. And it's not like you can just get the fluid from the right places. It takes it from wherever it wants to, whether that's the brain, your organs, your liver. So it's not good at all. Uncle El Lenzo ASC is donated. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Anybody that's wanting to donate, it's a massive help, because all the donations, they come back into the channel, because I'm looking to grow the channel, because I want to be the best boxing content channel on YouTube. So I've been doing it for just over a year, and I put a lot of time and effort into this YouTube, and because I love it, it's become a passion. So really appreciate it. Anyone who wants to donate, it means a lot. Yeah, really, really goes a long way. And just, everybody actually joining me now, it's appreciated. You're taking your time to watch my channel. Really appreciate it. I think sometimes people think YouTube is easy. But I'm a one-man band. I do my own thumbnails, my videos, my editing. So there's a lot of time and effort goes into it. So, like I say, it goes a long way. It sometimes actually blows my mind, when I've looked at my views on my channel and thousands of people have watched my videos. When you think about it, if I was in a room of 100 people, it would seem like a lot of people. So if, say, 1,000 people were in a room, that's a lot of people. So the fact that thousands of people watch my content, it really does blow my mind at times. But it must show I'm doing something right anyway. So who've we got? Eye test merchant. Pick Eubanks, but after seeing the impact of the drain, I see Ben will win in 4 rounds. Do you know what it is? In this whole build-up, I wouldn't say I wasn't a fan of Chris Jr., but one thing I do know since this fight, he's really grown on me and I've become a real fan. I just love the way, for one, I think he's really funny and hilarious, and just the class he's shown in certain situations, because as we all know, with his dad not being involved, it's been a really tough time for him. And I also watched the Piers Morgan interview, and it was really annoying me the way Piers Morgan was. It was like a tag team match, him and Conor against Chris, and I didn't like it. And he held himself really well, showed class and real dignity. And yeah, he's just really grown on me. I think since he's stepped away from his dad, because, his dad is such a big character, larger than life, he was constantly competing with his dad and taking his limelight. And boxing, he's got his own career. He wants to be his own man because he's the man putting in the work, going in the ring. And his dad was just overshadowing everything. And I think his dad's got such a big ego. He wanted everything to be about him. And fair play to Chris. He just said, I want to be my own man, make my own decisions. It wasn't a case of just, pushing his dad out. I think he just wanted to make his own decisions. And his dad simply didn't like it because his ego is too big. Be positive 99. Do you use TikTok? Not at the moment, but it's a platform that I'm planning on doing some boxing content on in the future. Okay. NM Coxie. when we're going to see you undisputed, see you in the undisputed game, Lawrence. And also hope you're well, brother. Thank you, appreciate it. You never know, we'll see what happens in the future. And I'm all good, you know, just trying to progress in my own boxing career, which has been difficult, getting opportunities, but I always keep myself fit and always training, so we'll see what the future holds. My sister there, Hannah Araswecki, Eubanks for the win. Okay. Lou Brown, are you cruiserweight, Lawrence? No, I'm currently sitting at cruiserweight, and I've my whole career I've pretty much sparred cruiserweights because in my area there's not much light heavyweights. And even when I was on GB, I used to spar with a guy called Warren Baster week in week out, and he was a cruiserweight. So, and yeah, I'm probably currently sitting at about 14.5 stone, and in good shape to be honest. So. I'm sorry, I've not answered the question. I'm a light heavyweight, but if I was to get back into boxing, you know, I'd probably fight at cruiserweight if the right opportunity come. I'm not the biggest, obviously, cruiserweight, but as a light heavyweight, I'm a decent size. And as you get older, it gets harder to make the weight. Uncle Lenzo, ASC, don't think Ben can punch still in 10-ounce gloves. 10-ounce gloves isn't a lot. When you wear 10-ounce gloves, you know, whether they're 8-ounce or 6-ounce, a lot of the padding isn't in the knuckle, it's in the wrist area. So when you land with your knuckles, you feel every punch. So yeah, I don't care whether it's 10-ounce, you know, 6-ounce or 4-ounce, you feel the punches still. Because what people may not understand, sparring gloves versus competition gloves are completely different, because the idea of training gloves and sparring gloves is to protect your hands, so the padding is in the knuckle area and also you've got good support in the wrist, whereas fight gloves, they want to see damage, so there's not as much cushioning in the knuckle area. And again, it's a question with I've seen on social media and on YouTube that supposedly that Conor Benn has been spawned with, you know, light heavyweights and super middleweights and holding his own. So it's hard because people that are in his camp are going to side with Ben. They're going to support him. You know, he's probably saying, make sure if you get an interview, say that I'm punching really hard and I've been giving you hard work. So, you know, essentially, his sparring partners, he's probably paying them. So he's going to say to them, make sure you put in a good word and say that I'm doing damage, because boxing's about psychological, it's a mind games. You know, before you enter the ring, if you can get any advantage you can, you do it. So one being, you know, saying to your sparring partners, tell everybody I'm hitting like a, you know, like a bull. That's what you do. Bear with me if I miss any comments. I'm just trying to filter through them. Chris Eubanks Jr. has now adopted Sebastian Eubanks' son. Yeah, I've seen that. And that's just another reason why I've really become a fan of Chris, because what he's gone through amongst all of this, because as us boxing fans, we only see the glitz and the glamour, but boxers, myself included, we're human beings and we've also got feelings. So Chris is going through a really hard time. Not only has he lost a brother, you know, he's took on his brother's son, which is another massive commitment in something that he'll do no problem because it's just what you do as a family member. But it's still a lot to take on. And then on top of that, his dad's basically disowned him. And I just think he's going through such a lot, but I think he showed a different side of him in the build-up to this fight. And like I say, I've just become a real fan. I've seen the softer side, the more real side of him, and I really like it. Hood Johns, watching you right now from Perth, Western Australia. Subscribe. Thank you, appreciate it. Respect. All the way from Perth. See, things like that blow my mind. I'm sitting here in Newcastle and I've got someone watching from the other side of the world. Really appreciate the sport. I saw a video of Chris Senior on YouTube, and he was saying, sorry, he said, not about Ben, sorry, I'm just reading this, the writing's quite small. It's being flashy and showboating, showing off, but Chris Senior himself was also a guy to show off and be flash. See, this is the thing, I think sometimes fighters, you know, when they get older, they forget what it's like to be a boxer, and they also forget how they probably conducted themselves throughout the whole career. Sometimes when you get older, you just have a short memory. And when it comes to being flashy, like you say, nobody was more flashy. And I mean, even now, this is the reason why I think Chris Senior has fell out with his son, because he loves the attention. He likes things to be all about him. And don't get me wrong, as a fan, sometimes when I've watched him, I've loved it because he just commands the audience, and he has me glued. But for his son, obviously it wasn't great. But yeah, he was seriously flamboyant, and like I say, I loved it. Ben Positive 99, do I cover MMA and UFC? Not really. It's something I might do in the future, but boxing's kind of my bread and butter and where my expertise is. So for now, that's where I'm focusing my energy. Let me just check everything's going good. Yeah, everything's looking good. X-Frag box. You sometimes see that big egos in many trainers and dads. You're right, because I think one thing I do understand being a fighter, sometimes the coaches and the parents, they don't get the recognition that maybe that they crave, but because, you know, especially parents and trainers, they put in a lot of time sometimes, you know, in certain circumstances, especially trainers. They put in sometimes, I wouldn't say as much work, but they're there at the same time as the fighter. So there's a lot of time and energy goes into being a coach. So I think when they don't get the recognition, you know, they don't like it. And yeah, and the same with parents, especially when they've been fighters themselves. And sometimes they're trying to relive their boxing career through the kids, which isn't fair, really. It's a fine line between, because I do think, especially with coaches, they should sometimes get more recognition, because sometimes what happens when things are going well, they get all the credit, and then when a fighter loses, they blame the coaches, and that I do disagree with. We'll have Liam Smith now about the bell's about to go, and it's all about, for me, when it comes to Liam Smith, he's a world-class operator, but it's a case of what he's got left, because he's not getting any younger. But he is a great fighter, and he's been in with some great guys. But McKenna's a lot younger, so this is going to be a really interesting fight to see how much Liam Smith's got left. Because in his rematch with Chris Jr., he didn't look good. It was like his body wasn't holding up. He had I think it was an ankle injury. And I think obviously with that, it was affecting his ability to probably make the weight and get in full, like in real good condition. And it looks like McKenna's going to want a boxing move here. He's not going to stand there. Oh. The younger, fresher man. Let's see how this goes. I do really like the Liam Smith. He's a great fighter. It's interesting because that family just has really produced a lot of talent. All of them have been great fighters. Callum Smith was on GB similar time to me. He was kind of leaving the GB setup as I was coming on. Another guy I sparred with, great fighter. He was only fighting at 69 kilos, and I was boxing at light heavyweight, and I was really surprised at how good he was in close. And he's like 6'4", ridiculous, really. I don't know how he made 69 kilos. He was like a freak of nature. You can see Liam Smith here just stalking McKenna. But McKenna's doing the right thing because he's got the better feet in terms of boxing at range. He's the taller man, so it makes sense for him to box and move. He doesn't want to play into Liam's advantage by holding his feet for too long. To be honest, I'm surprised Liam Smith never fought Chris Jr. again. There should have really been a trilogy because it's 1-1. But I wouldn't be surprised if Chris Eubank wanted to stay away from that fight, because he probably got Liam at a good time when he was having an issue with his ankle. He wasn't 100%, so he got him at a good time. Let's have a look. Nigel done Skull Dirty. I seen that Nigel Benn, Conor's dad, had done an interview basically saying that William Skull, who's actually going to be fighting what do you call him? Canelo Alvarez. He said that basically Conor had done him in sparring. Said that, I think it was the 8th round, that Skull didn't come out for the 8th round or something like that. I mean, sparring's meant to be kept behind closed doors, because I always say the same. Sparring, it means nothing. You can't really take anything fully from it because you don't know the circumstances around the training, because sometimes a fighter is trained twice before they've even sparred that day. So sparring means nothing. It's about how you perform under the bright lights. Be Positive 99, a prime Mike Tyson versus a prime Lennox Lewis. Who wins? They are both the same age. Oh, sorry. Yeah, they are the same age. For me, I'm a massive fan of Lennox Lewis, so I would have had to pick him. Just his style, his great long-range boxing. He's got a great jab. He's an absolute unit. But it's really difficult because Mike Tyson in his prime was when he was with Customato. The minute he lost his original trainer, Customato, he was never the same. So it is difficult, to be honest. But I'm going to go with Lennox Lewis. The problem is, in terms of the age is one thing, but some fighters age quicker than the other. So, you know, Mike Tyson aged and was past his best years ago, whereas Lennox Lewis matured into the weight. The older he got, the better he got. Is Lennox Lewis the most ducked heavyweight boxer of all time? That's very possible. I know if I was in the heavyweight division then, I'd be ducking him myself. He's an absolute unit. I've been a massive fan from day one. He's a real all-round great fighter. And he was trained by Emmanuel Stewart from the famous Kronk Gym. Great, probably arguably one of the best trainers ever. He produced so many great champions. And everybody that he basically trained. And, you know, like originally Lennox Lewis wasn't training with him. The minute he went with them, he just went up a level. He's an absolute master. Emmanuel Stewart, he's almost like, you know, when it comes to degrees, he's like the masters. Cheers from the Ukraine, ex-frag box. Respect from the Ukraine. You've got the current heavyweight champion of the world, and you know heavyweight boxing is king. Alexander Usyk, somebody that I followed right from my amateurs because he fought my old roommate, Joe Joyce, and beat Joe Joyce at the time. And really, Alexander Usyk was a cruiserweight, but he fought Joe Joyce in WSB, which was 5 rounds, and they didn't have a cruiserweight, and Alexander Usyk went up to cruiserweight. Up to heavyweight. Absolute technician. He's an all-time great. And do you know what it is? Alexander Usyk, he's not just a great boxer, he's a great man. What a person to have to represent boxing. You couldn't find anyone any better. I'll be honest, I'm not really, this fight, the styles aren't really gelling. It's not the most entertaining, I've got to be honest. It's not exactly setting the stadium alight, I know that much. And I think, to be honest, it's down to McKenna. He doesn't really want to get involved because it's kind of, I do understand it, but you can't just box and move and not get your shots off. You can't win a fight on the back foot unless you're really putting the shots in. You've got to make people miss and make them pay. You've got to show the judges that you're not running away. You're really there to fight. You've got to be, whether you're on the front foot or back foot, you've got to be landing clear shots. I agree, sparring is the gentleman agreement. Sparring, what happens in sparring should stay in sparring. Totally agree. Carefree Minerals, big up Lawrence. Shame you and the rest of the lads aren't on the Pain Game stream tonight. Yeah, well, it is what it is. True Geordie's representing over there at the stadium. Him and Wade, which is great. My brother, True Geordie, shout out to him. Because of him, we've had some great opportunities fighting all over the world. Commentating all over the world. So, massive shout out to True Geordie. I'm sure we'll be back in the future. But don't worry, I'm here. I'm still here. Is Tommy Fury scared of Darren Till, the UFC fighter? I think so. Because that Darren Till said, if it's not going my way, I'll just kick you in the head. Tommy Fury just pulled out of the fight. What a pussy. I mean, come on. People in the build-up to fight say all sorts of things. Is he really going to kick him in the head and get disqualified and potentially lose his purse? I don't think so. It was just something he said in the spare of the moment. But Tommy Fury didn't want to know. I'll fight Tommy Fury. Get me on Misfits. True Geordie's already said he might be able to get me on there, so I'd fight any of these guys. Show me the money. I think Tommy Fury talks like he's some this big time guy, like he's bringing in all the crowds, but who is Tommy Fury? What's he done in boxing other than Love Island? Nobody knew Tommy Fury until he went to Love Island. I didn't even know that Tyson Fury had a brother called Tommy. So it just goes to show. The only reason he becomes so big is because he fought the likes of KSI and Jake Paul. If you hadn't fought them, nobody would know who he was. So who should Tommy Fury fight in the boxing ring? He's right here. No problem. I think you've got some spammers in the chat, laws. Yeah, I think I have got some spammers, which has a link, Eubanks versus Ben. But I can't tell if they're spammers or not. But it's been commented about 50 times. Yeah, I've seen that. I've just been ignoring it. It is what it is. I'm not too sure how to get rid of it. I'm still quite new to doing these streams, so I don't know how to get rid of it. Dana White is partnered up with Turkey Al Sheikh to launch a new boxing league under the banner of TKO Group, the company that owns the UFC and WWE. The venture is aiming to revolutionise boxing and potentially disrupting the existing ecosystem of promoters and sanctioning bodies. Yeah, it's interesting. All I know is that anything that Turkey Al Sheikh's got involved with it does great because he's been great for boxing. If you look at boxing before before Turki Al-Sheikh got involved, you know, it's worlds apart. It's been great for boxing. So personally, whatever Turki wants to do, I'm on board. Because nobody can tell me, you know, tell me in the comment section if you disagree, but since Turki got involved, boxing is way better. Do you really think that Tyson Fury would have fought Alexander Usyk if Turki hadn't came along? So he would have been running, you know, claiming that he's the best in the world. And then he quickly found out when the money, the checkbook came out and Turki said, you're fighting Alexander Usyk, and then we found out. So yeah, to be honest, I'm all for it. And I've heard interviews with Frank Warren and also, you know, Eddie Hearn, and they've said it's not going to affect what we're doing. You know, there's been many promoters and different organisations that have tried to come into boxing. It's not going to affect them. Eddie Hearn's been doing it for years, him and his dad, and so's Frank Warren. So nobody's going to come into boxing and affect the ecosystem. And I think what Turki's doing, he's doing a separate league. I don't think it's going to have any conflict with what's already here. Make my favourite boxer is Oscar De La Hoya. Great boxer, yeah. I think a lot of young fighters may not know who he is, but if you haven't seen who Oscar De La Hoya, can't even speak, De La Hoya is, go and check him out. Great fighter. And just a little bit of information, I think I'm correct when I say this. Oscar De La Hoya, he boxes in the orthodox stance with the left hand in front, but I think he's actually a left-handed person, so his jab and his left hook, which was great, was extremely powerful because actually he's left-handed, had a great left hook. And he's, like I say, his jab, with him being left-handed, but standing with his left hand in front, his jab was really powerful. Barnaby, yeah, boxing's 100% better since Turki showed up. Definitely, totally agree. Some nice, some nice left hooks there from McKenna. Is there Liam Smith looks hurt, to be honest. He looks to be on shaky legs there. I'm just getting back to the boxing because, like I say, I haven't exactly been gripped by this fight. I'm just telling it the way it is. This does make me think Liam Smith is definitely not the fighter he was. Because a good few years ago, had he fought McKenna, I think he would have beat him quite easily. But he's making a hard night work of it. But it's not just age, it's inactivity. He's not really fought that much in the last few years, so it doesn't matter if you're 20 years of age. In boxing, for again, somebody mentioned in the comments earlier, any advice to any young fighters? Activity, stay active, stay in the game, because it's the same as football. Footballers use the saying match fit because they fight week in, week out. In boxers, sometimes as professionals, they have too many gaps in between fighting. And I know people might say in the comment section, well, what about you? You haven't been active, but that's not been my choice. Because if I could have boxed every few months, no problem, I would. But it hasn't been that simple for me to get these opportunities. But any fighters watching, be as active as you can. It's really important. Because what happens is, a lot of professional fighters, they have one fight and then they disappear, put on weight. You can't do that. You've got to stay in the game, stay in the gym, stay disciplined, because boxing, it's not a hobby, it's a lifestyle. It's too dangerous not to take it 100, be 110% committed. Let me see what the comments are saying. I'm trying to make sure I answer your questions, guys. So bear with me when I'm just reading through them. Russell, Sugar Hill, I think you're talking about, isn't a patch on Emmanuel Stewart. Yeah, it's a difficult one because I don't like to compare people because, you know, a person can only be who they are. And Emmanuel Stewart was a talented trainer. So Sugar Hill, again, is a good coach in his own right. I don't want to say he's not as good as his uncle. For anyone who doesn't know, Sugar Hill, who was Ben Whittaker's trainer, and also Tyson Fury, an American coach, he's the nephew of Emmanuel Stewart. But yeah, Sugar Hill's a good trainer in his own right. Shane Mosley, someone's mentioned. Yeah, another great fighter. He could do everything. Box, he could move, he could fight in the pocket. He had great hand speed. Yeah, any young fighters, what you also, another point to do is go and study the old great fighters, because I feel as if years ago there was more good trainers and more good fighters. I feel as if now, because of strength conditioning, you know, I feel as if a lot of the coaches focus on fitness, but not the real, you know, the master in the craft, the real, what's the word I'm looking for? Just mastering boxing, because you can spend all the time in the world in the fitness gym running, but boxing is where it's at, learning the fine art. Daniel Dubois dropped out of the fight in Saudi due to illness. So wasn't Ngannou telling the truth about his mysterious illness before the Joshua fight? It's a difficult one because only the fighters know. But what I do know as a fighter myself, sometimes the day of the fight, weeks before the fight, you get ill because you're training really hard, especially at the lighter weights where you're cutting weight, and sometimes that affects your immune system. So yeah, you do get ill. Sometimes the fitter you get, the more illnesses you get. It's just the way it goes. Because your body's like your body just becomes so vulnerable to an extent, especially when it comes to immune system. So yeah, maybe, again, the good fighters don't talk about illness, don't talk about issues in the lead up to fights, because everybody has issues, family problems, illnesses. I'd be very surprised if any fighter going into a fight is 100%. I know myself, you've always got a niggle or something comes up, because when you're an athlete, you're training week in, week out, you get niggles, you get strains, you get ill, but you get on with it. Everybody's got a sob story, so don't go crying about it to everybody. Just get on with it, because trust me, everybody, all the fighters and athletes are in the same boat. Yam's physical catalogue of media. My favourite top 10 fighters: Joe Fraser, Oscar, I can't even read here, Alexander Usyk, Marvin Hagler, Tommy Hearns, Sugar Ray Leonard, Ricky Hatton, Manny Pacquiao, Sugar Ray Robinson, Roberto Duran, and Edwin Valdro. That is a great list. That is a great list. For me, the number one on that list has got to be Sugar Ray Robinson. For me, and then number two is probably going to be Roberto Duran. And then you've got Sugar Ray Leonard. And then after that, it gets really difficult. Probably Marvin Hagler. Alexander Usyk's got to be up there as well. Oh, it's different. It's very difficult. But that's a really good list there. Somebody said, is Ngannou beating Tyson Fury on his debut the greatest boxing achievement ever? I can't really argue with that, because I definitely say it's the best debut ever, because who else in boxing history is boxed a heavyweight champion of the world? I can't think of anybody. And then to drop him, wow, what an achievement. And I don't want that to be erased because the next fight that Anthony Joshua just wiped him out, because I don't think it takes away that achievement. It was a great debut. But that's where in heavyweight boxing, you know, because of the weight, a lot of the physicality almost breaks the rules. Because I don't care how talented you are, when you get nailed on the chin by a heavyweight, everything goes out the window. So heavyweight's definitely a league in its own. Yeah, this spam in the comments section starting to annoy me. I don't know how to get rid of it. Let me have a look. I don't know. Yeah, I think I might have done it. Yeah, I think I've done it, mate. Thank you, Yam's physical catalogue. I think I've done that. I think I may have done it. I hope I'm not just removing someone who's just trying to support the channel, but they're throwing hundreds of messages, so I'm not too sure what the situation is. Hopefully I've got rid of it. Yeah, it looks like Liam has turned this into a bit of a dogfight, and that's what he needed to do against McKenna, because he hasn't got the age on his side. He probably hasn't even got the speed on his side. Well, he definitely won't have the speed. He's got all the skill though, but he needs to take the play away from McKenna by getting up close and personal and turning it into, like I say, a dogfight. Russell Duran, aka Hands of Stone. And I actually met Roberto Duran when I was in Saudi with a pain game. It was a Ringside Magazine event that Turki Al Sheikh had. And I was so happy to meet him because he's actually he's definitely in my top. I'm going to say in my top 5 to 10 fighters of all time. So to get to meet him was amazing. And I also met Lennox Lewis. So again, I was slightly starstruck. And Lennox Lewis, what a lovely guy. Because, you know, they say don't ever meet your heroes. But he was one of the nicest guys I've ever met. It was like chatting to my uncle. He was just so nice and down to earth. You wouldn't think that it was a undisputed champion of the world, heavyweight champion. Amazing. Let's have a look. Barnaby, do you think Liam Smith should call it a day after this? Going off this performance, yeah, he doesn't look great. Like, I don't like to ever say a fighter should call it a day because it's up to them. But this performance is leagues away from the way he used to be. So what's the point? Unless you're in it just to make money and you're not taking too much punishment. But when you're starting to take too many shots, which I'm not... His defense is still pretty good. But he looks a shadow of his former self. Also, be positive. What's my favourite boxing movie? Well, I'll tell you what it is, actually. It's called The Champ. It's a really old film. And I must have been about 3 or 4 years of age when I first watched it with my mum. We sat and watched it, and she said it's the first ever film that I watched from start to finish. And I was only young, but even then it must have captured my imagination, and I absolutely loved it. And then obviously I watched it back as I got older. So yeah, I'd say probably The Champ. And then after that, it's probably, like a lot of people, it's probably the Rocky films. They're iconic. But for anyone interested, one of my favourite fighting films ever is The Karate Kid. I actually done karate when I was a kid. And my sisters, if they're in the comment section, will be laughing because I've watched that film hundreds of times. Like, when I say hundreds, and what used to happen is, I used to watch it that much when I was young. I was only like 6 or 7. I would go upstairs to the toilet, and my sisters would fast forward it to the end, and I wouldn't even notice because I watched it that much. But yeah, I love The Karate Kids growing up. To be honest, when I was a kid, any type of fighting film, like kickboxer films, all the Claude Van Damme films, the likes of Rush Hour with Jackie Chan, any type of martial arts or fighting films, I used to love. Hector Camacho or Felix Trinidad? That's a good. To be honest, I've probably watched more Felix Trinidad than I have Hector Camacho. So it's hard for me to comment correctly, really, because I haven't watched enough of Hector Camacho. Someone's asked, how much weight do I cut? And ever had a bad one? I think every fighter's probably had a bad weight cut. And not necessarily by me cheating, just by making some mistakes. Because when I first started boxing, I didn't really know what I knew now. Because for anyone interested, I've also done a degree in sports coaching where you do nutrition. So I'm clued up now. I've got the knowledge. But when I was younger, I wasn't really eating the right foods to know how to lose weight properly. So I've probably done it all wrong originally. And just through experience, you learn. So I've definitely done it badly before. I've used saunas before. I didn't realise how bad it was. I think when I was younger, there were certain stages when I was on, even on GB, I used to go in the sauna so I could eat more food. But that was just me being young and stupid. Because we had to be a certain weight every morning for the coaches. So what we used to do is, all the lads would go in the sauna, sweat it out, just so we could eat more food, which obviously is the wrong thing to do because you're dehydrating yourself. You're not actually losing body fat, so it's dangerous. But these are lessons you learn when you're young and as you mature and get older. But if I was to give any advice to anyone cutting weight, take your time with it. Start early. Because I seen here with Chris Eubank Jr. having to sweat it out the day before. That's really bad news. Like you should be losing body weight. Like when I say body weight, body fat, even potentially muscle. Because sometimes fighters are in the wrong weight category. So excuse me. So they lose water rather than body fat or muscle. Because when I was on GB, what we had, we were lucky. We had everybody. We had the nutritionists, the physiology guys, everything. The strength conditioning coaches. We had somebody to look after, our whole physical and mental well-being. So we used to get proper checks to make sure that we're in the right weight division. So you can check, maybe sometimes fighters are carrying too much muscle. So you actually have to lose muscle, because once you've lost fat, you don't want to have to lose water. You're much better reducing your muscle mass so that you're not dehydrated for a fight. That's why doing too much weight training like a bodybuilder is bad for boxing, because you're putting on muscle mass that doesn't really carry over to boxing. You want strength without the size. And anybody who understands weightlifting when it comes to bodybuilding, it's about building muscle mass, not necessarily just strength. Because if you look at the powerlifters, they're extremely strong, but they're not as big as bodybuilders. So it's a different type of training. So that's where knowledge is key, because you need to know how to make weight properly in terms of nutrition, rest and recovery, and also from strength conditioning point of view, you need to know the right type of training, the correct way to lift weights to get the strength and the power without the size. It's different if you're a heavyweight because you haven't got a weight category, so you can be as heavy as you like. But even as a heavyweight, there's an optimal size, because what happens is, if you get too big with muscle, it's what you call diminished return. It's ineffective weight. Yeah, McKenna's landing some overhand rights, which a few years back probably wouldn't have landed on Liam, but it looks like he's just grinding through the fight, trying to turn it into a fight. He's still got skill there, but he's just definitely taken more shots than he used to. He's never been a guy that takes 0 shots, But like I say, 3, 4, 5 years ago, he wouldn't have been taking this many shots against someone like McKenna. Moses the Tama beat Mike. Will Moses the Tama beat Mike Tyson's youngest heavyweight champion record? Do you know what it is? I should know this, really, being a boxing fan, but I'm not sure if you might have missed it already. I'm forgetting how old Atama is. Atoma. I'm not too sure how to pronounce it. Oh! I absolutely love it. Chris Eubank Sr. is arrived. Now I'm happy. Absolutely, there's Turkey Al Sheikh clapping his hands. I'm absolutely over the moon. Now this has really made me happy. Look at Chris Jr., the smile on his face. Wow. I'm absolutely, I'm honestly saying this from my heart. I'm over the moon because I've really felt for Chris Jr. And seeing him walking in with his dad is a really special moment. If his dad didn't turn up, I would have been thinking, what sort of cold-hearted man are you? Like, wow. Because, Chris Sr., he lost his son, and I think mentally he hasn't been in a good place. But seeing him turning up there with his son is really warmed my heart. That was great to see. Wow. I'm quite shocked, It's a little bit emotional, to be honest, because, I'm a fighter, and I understand what it means to have your family involved. And I know the pain that Chris Jr. was going through. He didn't admit it, but you can see the look in people's eyes. You could see the pain and the hurt behind the eyes, because you can say what you want, but the eyes don't lie. Yeah, made my day, that has. Really happy. Do I use Twitter? Someone's asking. Again, I don't really use it enough. I sometimes do use it just as a spectator. I like to see what's going on, watch conversations when boxing's on. But I don't personally put too much on there myself. Well, I'm saying I don't really put anything on there at the moment. I've used it in the past. To be honest, anyone asking, the only thing I really use at the moment is YouTube and Instagram. And I probably don't use Instagram enough. I use Facebook, but not much really. I don't really use that for my boxing account too much. It's more of a personal account. Let's go. Senior's turned up. I can see that the comment section is as happy as I am. Attention grabbing. Yeah, I don't know, because you know what it is. Chris Senior, excuse me, don't know what's going on there. Chris Senior loves the attention. So it's funny because I seen an interview with Eddie Hearn, and he said, I won't be surprised if Chris Senior turns up. So Eddie Hearn, he was right. But I hope if he has turned up, it's for the right reasons. It's not to try to steal the limelight and take the attention away from his son. I hope it's simply there to, support his son. Someone saying Senior said he didn't want to be involved with all of it. Do you know what it is? When you're going through something personally, it's very hard. It's very, very hard for the outsiders to just... it's easy for the outsiders to form an opinion and give their point of view. I do it myself here on YouTube. But only that person is living what they're going through. And we all know that Chris Senior has went through a seriously emotional time. He's had the worst thing that can happen to any man, losing a child. So for me, I do give him a little bit of leeway. So I'm going to take it from the point of view that he hasn't been in a good mental place, in that, maybe I'm trying to see the best in the situation. I'm hoping that he's here now because he's doing the right thing for his son, Chris Jr. That's what I'm hoping. Conor Mind is looking in great shape. like I say, he hasn't had to cut weight, so he looks full. Like his muscles are full of fluid, full of fuel. He looks strong. Whereas, like I say, Chris Jr., he looked like a bodybuilder. His skin looked thin. He looked dehydrated, as we know. So it's difficult, but I do think the skill, the experience, and the durability, all of it is with Chris Eubank Jr., providing that his chin's still okay because of the cutting the weight. Let's hope that Chris Jr., it's all been mind games. Maybe he was happy to be fined and lose that $500,000 just to play the mind games to let the world think that he's not 100%. McKenna's thrown some lovely body shots there and Liam Smith. And that's normally Liam Smith's game in the pocket, but it looks like McKenna's been able to compete in this range, which he shouldn't be really, because that's meant to be Liam Smith's area of strength. Like he's missing widely there and getting countered. Yeah, I'm not liking what I'm seeing from Liam Smith. Yeah, I'm sorry to say I don't like to be harsh on a fighter because I know how difficult the game is. And a lot of fighters find it hard to retire because, do you know the attention you get in the ring, the adrenaline you get from being a boxer, walking out into the arena, performing, getting your hand raised? There's nothing like it. It's a drug. It's an addiction. And a lot of fighters simply don't know when to call it a day. And again, I don't know what Liam Smith's financial situation is, but a lot of fighters, it's all they know. It's all they're qualified in. So, you know, it's imagine you're a joiner or you're an electrician and all of a sudden you can't do the job that you've done all your life. What do? It's really difficult. And you don't want to do a lesser job. And I'm not saying that as in putting another job down. It's just a case of when you do any particular job, whether you're, a joiner, electrician, you're a paint and decorator, you take pride in your work, and anything else isn't good enough because that's what you love to do. And that's the same in sport. You don't want to do anything else. Because life's about doing what you love, finding your passion. And once that's gone, fighters do struggle. I know myself, I've been a sportsman all my life. There's parts of me, when I do call it a day, it'll be difficult. I think one thing with myself, I love sports, I love training. So even if I'm not competing, I'll always train. And I think I get a lot of satisfaction just out of training alone. So I think I'll be okay, but yeah, it will be difficult. Because as a sportsman, like a lot of things, certain things you can only do when you're young. So once that time's passed, you feel like such a big chapter in a part of your life that you'll never get back. It's not like, say if you're, using the argument of being a joiner, there is a possibility, there's a chance you can train in another field. You can go and train to be an electrician, for instance. But when you're an athlete, a sportsman, once your time's up in your physicality, you haven't got that ability anymore. You can't just go and decide, okay, I'm going to take up basketball and try and reach the highest level. When your time's up, your time's up. And for a fighter, a sportsman of any kind, that's a really bitter pill to swallow. It's difficult. Quinn Butters, family right there. He says, I remember one of your fights where it ended calling off because you had the shits when you were ready to fight. Yeah, one of my fights, Quinn Butters is just saying there, he was there at my fight. I was warming up. I was about to walk out into the arena and I was fully gloved up, ready to fight. And all of a sudden the fight got called off. My opponent had problems with his back end, and the fight got called off. I was devastated. Very bizarre situation, but this is sports and life. Strange things happen sometimes. I don't know what the situation was with that. it seemed a bit fishy at the time, and I was devastated because I put a full training camp in. You spend a lot of money dedicating your time, taking away time from family, sparring, nutrition, physiotherapy, strength conditioning. You put your body through hell for the fight to be called off. It's funny when it's bad enough when it happens days before, weeks before, but seconds before, madness. But yeah, it happened. Boxing's a funny old game. And it's not only does it affect me, all the people that turned up to watch me, paid their money to buy tickets, they lost out on watching me fight. So it's not great, but it happens, and there's nothing you can do. Is Joe Calzaghe the greatest ever British boxer? He's definitely up there. For me, I think it's a bit of an argument because Lennox Lewis, people say he's British or is he Canadian? I would have said Lennox Lewis. But Joe Calzaghe, unbeaten. There's the unbeaten aspect. And he was a great fighter, fought some great fighters. It's so difficult with boxing because it depends on your era and who you fight. And you can't ever really compare people from different eras. But yeah, there's definitely an argument there for Joe Calzaghe. Great fighter. Again, if anybody wants to donate to the channel, it goes a long way because I put a lot of work and time and effort into this YouTube. So all the support and help, it really helps me continue doing what I love. And all of the donations and money that I get from YouTube goes straight back into YouTube so I can make this channel the best it can be. Is this fight VADA tested? Highly doubt it. To be honest, I'm not too sure. I would like to think so because after Conor Benn failed a drugs test, I think there should be some sort of drug testing. In fact, I would 100% think there would be. I think Chris Jr. would have made sure. It'll be in the contract, I'm pretty sure. And that's a full discussion. I don't know what people think in the comment section. Here's my angle on the whole situation. Someone like Conor Benn, he's got money behind him, so there's no excuse for him to fail a drugs test because a lot of fighters, they haven't got the money. People like myself, for instance, in my career, I've actually paid to fight because especially when you're fighting a journeyman, you've got to pay their money for them to fight. As you go up through the levels and you're in the bigger fights, you do get paid. But a lot of fighters aren't getting enough money, to really be to survive off. You've often got to do a second job. But someone like Conor Benn, he's grown up with money in his household and he's got all the money in the world because he's had great opportunities and been paid well. So realistically, there's no excuses because he's got the money and the means to have the best possible team to make sure these sort of mistakes don't happen. So, in my opinion, there's no excuse. Oh! Liam Smith's just been dropped. Was that a body shot? Wow. Shit. I can't remember seeing Liam Smith getting dropped by a body shot. Did he get dropped off Canelo? But you're talking about absolute world level. I've not seen, essentially domestic level fighters doing this to Liam Smith. I think it's definitely time to hang your gloves up, mate. I'm sorry to say. I don't like to see fighters be put down when they've been great for the sport, and he certainly has been. And he's shown his experience there because McKenna showed a bit of lack of experience firing away and forgetting about defence, and Liam Smith caught some good shots back. See, that's where experience is always, you can't buy it, and I think that experience has kept Liam Smith in the game because he was definitely hurt badly there off that body shot, and now McKenna's on the back foot, and I think he's been shook with a headshot. Regardless whether Liam Smith gets through this, he's well past his best. It's time to call it a day. Still got spams coming in. I can't. Has anyone seen a movie called Gladiator 1992 by Cuba Gooding? And I was lucky enough to meet Cuba Gooding at that Ringside Magazine event in Saudi. I think I've got these on my Instagram. So if anyone check my link in my description in my YouTube channel, you can get to my Instagram page because there's a photo there with I think it was from the Rings Magazine event. There's David Hay, Lennox Lewis, Roberto Duran, and also Cuba Goodings Jr. What numbers you putting up when you're weightlifting? What do you mean by that? If you can put in the comment section what you mean. What numbers am I putting up? How much am I lifting? What sort of rep range? Call the Cobra Froch. He was on GB because as a professional, the head of GB Amateur Boxing is Rob McCracken, and he was also Carl Froch the Cobra's trainer. So he used to train with the GB squad. He's definitely one of Britain's most underrated fighters. He fought the best of the best in his era, hard as nails, and technically better than he looks. Great timing, great chin, and great power. Thomas Hearns. Humpty Dumpty. Don't quite know what you mean by there. A.K.A. okay, Conor Benn, a.k.a. Humpty Dumpty. The Eggman. Yeah. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall when he got caught. McKenna boxed the ears off him. It's probs time. I definitely think it's time. Definitely time to call it a day. And this isn't discrediting McKenna because he's clearly a good fighter. But who Liam Smith was early in his career compared to now is like, it's day and night. Give McKenna the credit, but like I say, time to call it a day for Liam. Carl Froch said Eubanks is going to win. I haven't seen that, but Carl Froch used to spar with Eubanks, so he knows how tough he is and how good he was. If I'm honest, even Chris Eubanks Jr. isn't as good as he used to be. I actually seen on George Groves' YouTube some sparring footage of them two sparring, and I was watching it only yesterday, and I thought, actually, Eubanks is nowhere near as good as he used to be. In his prime, he's definitely past his prime. I don't think that's any revelation. I think people know that. In terms of the weight, if that's, was it what I lift? Yeah, to be honest, if I'm honest at this point in time, I just tick over. I don't really hit any crazy numbers in terms of what I'm lifting. But when I was on GB, and you can ask anybody the likes of Anthony Joshua, all these top guys who are, strong guys on GB, I was up there with the best when it comes to pound for pound for what I was lifting. It didn't always translate into my in terms of my boxing because I was always more of a boxer. Boxing move. I didn't always plant my feet like I should have. And even as a professional, I've heard people in the comments say I've got pillow fists because I've only got one stoppage on my professional record. But what people don't know, when I turned pro in my first professional fight, I damaged my hands, and then I boxed a load of journeymen, about 5 or 6, and I had damaged hands the full time. So I was pretty much tapping with my punches, getting the experience. I wasn't really setting my feet because my hands were bad. And I also fought a lot of cruiserweights as I was, coming up through the professionals. And, some of these journeymen, believe it or not, are hard as nails. And you don't just blow them over. It's easy when you've been one of these JB guys who will come out of the Olympics, or you're someone like Ben Whittaker. You get fed all these absolute donuts and you knock them all over. But I had some really tough, durable guys, and they didn't just fall over. But actually, that's better experience. And then I fought, when I did step it up, I fought Ricky Summers. He's never been stopped as a professional, hard as nails. And even in that performance, it wasn't my best performance, but, like I've said earlier in the stream, everybody's got a sub story. You've got to turn up and perform. Not my best performance, but it is what it is. But it was a draw, that fight. And then I fought what do you call him? Dan Aziz, another great fighter, hard as nails. And I've also said in previous videos, again, I've not always performed in my last few fights as a professional around that period. And that's nobody's fault. That's my own. That's not excuses because I don't make them. I didn't perform, and Dan Aziz turned up and performed, and he got the win. So the credit goes to him. But the two guys I fought when I stepped up, there were no puddings. They were tough fighters and hadn't been stopped, either one of them. So, yeah, my record doesn't always align with my punching power. But anyone that's been in the ring and sparred with us who isn't talking crap, because sometimes when you fight people, they don't let on. But even as an amateur, especially when I was coming through, I had quite a few stoppages. People who know us definitely know I can punch a little bit. But this is the thing about sports. We can all be great in the gym, you know, we can all perform when nobody's watching, but can you perform under the bright lights? And that's what it's all about. And that's what separates, you know, the good guys to the great guys. It's about stepping up and performing on the night. Because I think a lot of fighters might tell you this. There's a lot of guys who don't really perform in the gym, but, you know, on fight night when the lights are there, they come into their own and they really perform and they take it up a level. And, you know, just talking about my own boxing career as an amateur and professional, but especially as an amateur, I've been really, really lucky to rub shoulders with some great fighters. And I had a good amateur career myself, but just some of the people that I was rubbing shoulders with, some real talent, the likes of Anthony Joshua, you know, arguably the most well-known guy in boxing in the world. Then we'll have Anthony Ogogo, won the Olympic bronze medal. Callum Smith was one of the top guys. Natasha Jonas, world champion, female boxer. Then you've got Savannah Marshall, world champion. Anthony Fowler, another great fighter. He fought Liam Smith, actually. Got beat off Liam Smith. But I think he won British title and things like that. Who else we've got? Sam Maxwell, another great fighter. Who else can I think of? Joe Cordina, another one of me bros there. Great fighter, world champion. There's so many, to be honest, who I was on GB with. We've got Fraser Clark, another one of my old roommates on GB when I first started. Being a great amateur, Olympic bronze medalist. Went on to do great things as a professional. Yes, he's just come back from making a mistake in his fight with Fabio Wardley and he got a fracture to the skull. But, you know, it's boxing, it happens. He's made a mistake and I wish him all the best coming back. There's so many guys who I rub shoulders with who've went on to do great things. How do I get rid of this spam? It is driving me crazy. Remove. If I removed it. Remove. Don't know how to hide channel. Hopefully that's. Keep doing it, but the spam somehow keeps coming back. Yeah, I've just a message there in the comment section from Quinn Butters. He says, in Strongman, that's what he does. Really strong guy is Quinn. He says, in Strongman, it's the same. There's plenty of times he's struggled in the gym, but on competition, you've got to smash it out. And that's the sign of a champion, someone who can really pull it out the bag, even on a bad day. He's so right. I'm just checking, making sure the settings are all good in the connection. Don't want to lose anyone. I'm just making sure everything's right. Okay, looking all good. G-Man, love your channel, mate. Keep it up. Great to see you, Bank Senior there. will make a lot of difference. I hope so. I hope it's just took Chris Eubanks Jr. up a level, because he's clearly been a family man, you know, close to his family. You know that just by the way that he's took on his brother's son. So seeing his dad there, I think that would have just given him an inner strength. So I'm hoping that he's mentally in the right place. Who wins versus Wilder and Ngannou? It's interesting because Wilder's looked terrible in his last few fights. I was there over in Saudi when Big Bang Zhang knocked him out. He was a shadow of his former self again. I feel like I'm saying that word a lot tonight. Shadow of his former self. I'll say it one more time. But he didn't look great. He was giving it the bomb squad, but it was all just hot air. It didn't really it wasn't backed up in his performance, as we've seen. In Ngannou, yes, he got ironed out by AJ, but AJ is a world-class operator. Whereas technically, Wilder was about the power, not his technicality. So I think Ngannou would just walk him down and probably smash him, to be honest. Yeah, it looks like everybody in the comments is happy that Chris Eubank Sr. has arrived. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I've got it muted here so on the live stream, so it's not interfering here. But people are just saying it's give the crowd a massive lift as well. Yeah, the thing is, what you've also got to remember, this whole event is about not just the sons, it's about the dads. It's the legacy that they've created, and I wouldn't be surprised if 50% at least of the people watching were fans of the dads, because all the younger generation, it'll be the parents saying, "Come on, we'll go to the event. I used to watch them when I was younger." So you've got two generations that'll be watching. So I think seeing the dad there, because there'll be a lot of fans of the dad. So yeah, people will be really happy. I think because I train a few young kids, and I've spoke with the dads recently, and they've all said, yeah, I was a massive fan of Nigel, or I was a fan of Chris Senior. So I don't know what the split would be, because I think Chris Senior was a bit of a Marmite character. He was one of them people, you either loved him or hate him, but either way, you turned up because he was entertaining. So yeah. And then Nigel Benn, he fought some great guys. He was the one who went over to America and fought the best, hard as nails, absolute powerhouse. And he was one of them guys who would get hurt, and he was actually more dangerous when he was on the ropes, bobbing and weaving when he was hurt. He was almost like a lion backed into a corner, and he would come out fighting. Yeah, both great fighters. Do I think that Eubank wins, or do you think that the rehydration will take its toll? You're so right about the legacy. Big British fight. Yeah, the legacy in this, I mean, the pressure. Do you imagine being a fighter and a legacy that your parents had started, and like, you're talking about one of the biggest legacies in British boxing. You had to be the person to go and carry that on. That is one hell of a weight to take on the shoulders. But yeah, it's massive. But I do think the weight cut is a massive issue. And I'm just not too sure. Because one thing I do know, that Chris Jr. is great at the old mind game. So has he really struggled that much? Is it all just an act? Has he... I wouldn't put... The thing is, if it was anybody else, I'd say, yeah, it's just he's struggled. But with Chris, I wouldn't put anything past him. But if he is struggling, it's a massive factor. Because when I was over in Saudi, when he fought Kamil Saramata, his performance was in the first round. I think Kamil caught him with the overhand right, and he went backwards. He looked a little bit shook, and he held straight away. Whereas once upon a time, Chris Jr. had a chin just like his dad, tough as nails. And he's fought the likes of George Groves, who's a massive puncher, and he took everything he gave. So I do think his chin's not what it is if he's cutting the weight badly, if he's struggling. You you know, you can't play around with making the weight. It's just ridiculous. It's almost, it's one of them rules as a fighter. You should absolute master. It's so important. Because every weight other than heavyweight is got to make weight, and making it correctly is vital. Because it's almost like you could spend weeks and months training hard for a fight, and then if you get the weight cut wrong, you might as well have just, it's like throwing it down the drain. It's a waste of time. Theo, any reason you're not on the pain game? Um, Basically, obviously the pain games is the true Geordies, and the top man, the boss, Turkey Al Sheikh, he decides what goes down. So he wanted for this event, he wanted the true Geordie, and he wanted Wade, who's got his channel, because Wade's now. I don't know his job, like his title, but he's basically looking after the social media with the Ringmazine event. So that's what they wanted. So that was the case. But yeah, me personally, as long as the true Geordie's on there, I'm happy. Because he's the guy who's essentially made the pain game what it is. So as long as he's still involved and getting opportunities, it's all good. Because true Geordie, for anybody who's interested, me and Brian go back years. I mean, we've been friends since the age of 16. We're both done an apprenticeship in mechanical engineering. I think I was a mechanical engineer, and he was a hydraulics engineer. We went to the same college, and we just basically hit it off straight away, become best of mates, like brothers. So yeah, we'll go way back. So it's one of those. In Brian, he was actually at my very first fight, so he supported me all the way. So with his YouTube channel, I support him all the way. So it's all good. G-Man saying appreciate your comments, no bother mate. That's what I'm here for. You're here supporting me, so the least I can do is answer your questions. Best fight for you so far today, mate. Well, I've got to say Lyndon Arthur. Sorry, Lyndon Arthur. I'm just watching Lyndon Arthur now on the screen. But yeah, I'd probably say Vidal Riley versus Chevron Clark, because I'm backing Vidal Riley, and also he put on a masterclass, because Chevron Clark's a really good fighter. He was a good amateur, part of the GB setup. I can't remember if he went to the Olympics or not, but I know he's a good fighter because I've sparred him myself. And Vidal, he made it look easy. Adam saying, I can't believe Eubank Senior turned up. I'm shocked myself, but I'm just happy he's here. How much water weight do you think he's cut? And why would he not have lost the muscle mass so he wouldn't need to cut as much water if it was a problem? I don't know. I'm only kind of answering the questions to the best of my knowledge and what I think's the best way for fighters to make weight. But fighters do things their own way, whether it's the right way or not. I don't know, for him personally, he thinks keeping the muscle mass is more beneficial in cutting the weight and then trying to rehydrate. And there's also the fact that some people, because we're all individual, some people can dehydrate and, rehydrate better than others. Some people need 12 hours, some need 24. It's totally different. So, he's chose to do it a certain way. So it is what it is. I can't answer that question because I don't know why he's decided to do it that way. But personally, cutting weight is the worst thing you can do. A small amount, yes, but not a large amount. And he clearly, because he missed the weight, he must have really struggled, because if he could have removed that extra water, he would have. So that tells me he was borderline really dry. There was no more water. His body had obviously went into maybe shut down where it's not allowing the body to lose any more water, lose any more weight. And the thing is, we're losing muscle. It takes time. So you would have needed to do that a lot earlier in the camp. And maybe he thought things were going to plan, and then all of a sudden the weight wasn't coming off, and he's had to start doing a water cut, which is obviously bad. Yeah, Quinn Butters is saying he's had plenty of time, and I said that in my previous video. He's had more than enough time to make the weight, so I didn't think the weight would be too much of an issue. I know at this stage in his career, he's you know, as you get older, your metabolism slows down, it gets harder, and naturally, as you get older, you physically develop and mature. But yeah, I thought it should have been enough time, but he's made a mistake, maybe. Bear with me, guys. I'm just going to nip to the toilet because this is what happens when you're a one-man band. You haven't got anyone to hold the fort. I'll be 2 minutes. I'll be straight back. And I'm back. I'm just as quick in the bedroom for anyone who wants to know. I'm a 2-minute man. We've got Lyndon Arthur and Anthony Yarde about to start. I've fought Lyndon Arthur in the amateurs. He actually beat me in the amateurs in a close fight. I thought I won the fight. It was when I was on GB, and I should have won really because I was the more experienced guy. But yeah, it was a close fight and he won on points. And you can't argue, but when it's close. And the thing is with amateur boxing, you've got 3 rounds to get the job done. So if you start slow, it's very hard to get the fight back. Let's have a look at the comments. Adam, I think Vidal Riley is the best YouTube boxer, and he's in Jake Paul's division. Yeah, Vidal Riley, he's a YouTuber, but that's not his status, and he'll tell you himself. He does YouTube, but he's not a YouTube boxer. He's a professional boxer and a top amateur himself. You know, back in the day, he boxed for England and things like that. So I don't want to put him in the same category as a YouTube boxer. And as you've seen tonight, he boxed Chevron Clark, who was also a top amateur, and he made light work of it. And anybody who doesn't know, who's just joined the stream, my name's Lawrence Oswecki. I'm a professional boxer and also a former member of GB amateur boxing team. I've boxed all over the world as an amateur, fought some of the best in the world. So if you're thinking, why should I listen to him? It's because I know my stuff. I've been around some of the best guys around, the likes of Anthony Joshua, you know, Nicola Adams, Natasha Jonas, you know, Carl Froch training in the same camp as me, Callum Smith. There's so many guys that I've mixed with. There's not many around right now, like of Lyndon Arthur. I know all these guys. Oh, thank you so much. Someone sent me another chat over. What's the Jay? Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I think it's called a super chat. You can tell I'm new to the streaming game. I think it's called a super chat. Anyone who wants to donate, it's massively appreciated because I put a lot of time and effort into this YouTube. And all the donations, it gets straight back, put straight back into my channel, so that I can grow the channel. So thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate it. Okay. Let me see. I'm just making sure I get through the comments. Matthew Jess, big love from Belfast Laws. Did I see that Eubank Senior's there? You certainly did. I think everyone in the arena is happy, to be honest. Because this fight without the dads, both dads being there, just wouldn't have been the same. Apparently from Twitter, what was that in reply of? Saying, I think G-Man was saying from, like, apparently from Twitter, I think how it's give the arena a lift. I think that's what he's saying. Oh, wait there. Sorry, I've missed a comment. G-Man says, Chris Eubanks Jr. security have denied Billy Joe Saunders entry into the dressing room to inspect the gloves. Okay. Because Conor Benn was trying to play mind games because Billy Joe Saunders is a former opponent of Chris Jr. So you wanted him to come into the changing rooms before the fight to check the gloves because you allowed someone from the opposite team to make sure that your wraps underneath your gloves are legit and you haven't put anything illegal in the wraps. Lyndon Arthur versus Anthony Yarde just started here. This is a fight that I've been really excited for because the light heavyweights like myself, and just they're both great fighters. Lyndon Arthur's fought some great fighters. Oh, Yarde's throwing some bombs already. Lyndon Arthur fought Bivol. He lost, but he's been in there with some great guys. Former world champion. And Anthony Yarde's not a world champion, but he's been in there with Kovalev. He's been in with Dmitry Beterbiev. Real, you know, he's went over to Russia and fought them in their home country, which not a lot of people want to do. So I've got to give him massive respect. And you can see just by the way he's built, he can punch, he's strong. He's a hard night work for anybody. You can really punch with both hands. And Lyndon Arthur's got a great jab. Like myself, by the way, I'm known for my jab. He needs to keep along with Yarde because he's probably got the better feet. Definitely the better jab. He needs to keep it at arm's length. Don't get involved because, like I say, Yarde can really bang. And they fought twice. It's this is the trilogy, and it's 1-1. And Yarde in the second fight stopped Lyndon Arthur. So, like I say, he can punch. Lyndon almost needs to be nice and relaxed, weather the storm, because you know that Yarde's going to come and really try to give it to him. So he needs to box and move for the first few rounds, almost take the sting out of Yarde's punches a little bit. Or should I say take like when he just slows down a little bit, because in fairness to Yarde, in all his fights he showed that he carries his power late, but naturally as the rounds go on, your feet slow down a little bit. And the problem that, well, both guys carry a low lead hand, especially Lyndon Arthur. And, you know, when you've got a man with a great overhand right, like Yarde, it's dangerous. But at the same time, what Lyndon Arthur likes to do, he carries a low lead hand so that when he throws his jab, it's below waist height and it's hard to see, it's hard to read. And then it also draws your opponent in, and then you can counter. Yeah, you can see Yarde's dominating the centre of the ring here, trying to really go to work. The issue that Yarde's making, he's kind of following Lyndon Arthur around the ring. He's not cutting well, there he stepped off to the side there, but he needs to be cutting off the ring, taking the space away, taking the play away from Lyndon Arthur. What's going on here? Is that the break? Okay, what's the comment section saying? Josh Bush sent another a super chat over. Thank you so much, mate. Love Lawrence's channel, mate. Who you got from the main event and this fight. Have a good night as well. Thank you so much, mate. Really appreciate it. Like I say, all this donations goes back into the channel so I can bring you the best content. For the main event, I'm backing Chris Eubank Jr. And the reason I said this in my prediction video, because I think he's the more experienced guy. He's been in there with the better guys. He's the naturally bigger guy. And the only issue that I've got is the fact that he made, like, I was always worried in case he couldn't make the weight anymore. He was struggling, and was seen he missed the weight. So I am a little bit worried, because when you're dehydrated and was seen against Liam Smith, his chin wasn't as good as it was. So that's my main concern. And for this fight, I chose Anthony Yarde. I just thought he stopped the fought twice, and it's 1-1. But the first fight went to points, and that was to Lyndon Arthur. And when Yarde fought the second time, he stopped Lyndon Arthur. So I think he carries the more power. And I think throughout his career, he's been in there with the likes of Beterbiev, who's arguably, you know, one of the best in the world in all weights. Absolute powerhouse. And then he's also fought Kovalev when Kovalev was still a great fighter before he was way past his best. Both went over to Russia and fought them on their home turf. Big up Josh Bush. Really, really appreciate it again, mate. Thank you. Be Positive is asking, am I a football fan? Not a massive football fan. I do watch it a little bit here and there, but I wouldn't say a fan. I like all sports. I'll watch any sport, really. When I was younger, I did play a bit of football at an alright level, but yeah, the minute I got involved in boxing, it was all about boxing for me. It completely took over. Oh, we're going to get a big fight in Africa, Rumble in the Jungle. I would love to see Anthony Joshua versus, lovely overhand right there from Lyndon Arthur. I would quite like to see Martin Bakoli versus Anthony Joshua over in Africa. I think that would be interesting. I would like to see that. It would be iconic, wouldn't it? Be Positive 99 is asking, did I box in the Olympics? No, I did box in a 4-year cycle, but when I got on GB, the Olympics was already about to start, like within months, so I wasn't experienced enough. And then by the time the next Olympics come, to be honest, I'm always honest on this channel, I wasn't performing. I had an injury. I actually had a rotator cuff tear, and I had to have surgery. So yeah, unfortunately, when it come round to the next Olympics, I wasn't on form. When you're talking about Olympic boxing, you know, anything other than 100% doesn't get the job done. And I've got a great jab. I'm going to give myself that compliment. But anybody who's boxed me, sparred me, knows I've got a great jab. So I had a rotator cuff tear in my left arm, which is my jabbing hand. So once that wasn't 100%, it massively affected my performance. But yeah, this is sport. You get injuries. I always say to people in sports, you can have talent, you can have the hardest, you know, you can have the biggest work ethic, but you also need a little bit of luck. This is starting to warm up nicely here. Lyndon Arthur starting to find his timing a little bit better, and he's starting to get the counters off. Was Prince Nazim Hamid world class? He lost his biggest fight by messing about? Absolutely. I would argue that Prince Nazim is one of the best fighters like ever. And when I say that, don't think, wow, what are you talking about? But in terms of raw talent, nobody's done what he's done. And I think there's an argument as well as his career went on. It's well documented he had a lot of hand trouble, bad hands, so he wasn't as good as he once was. And I think also his ego and his cockiness, you know, he thought he was so good, he didn't have to train as hard. And then eventually it caught up with him. You know, when he fought, was it Barrera he fought? And he got beat. But basically in boxing at the highest level, if you don't give it 110%, you know, you get found out, and that's what happened against Nazim. But if it wasn't for the hand trouble and just of his raw talent, if he had still been put in the work, one of the best ever, I really think that. And that, I know that's a bold statement, but if you watch the way he fought, not many people can do what he done. I mean, his hands would be down at his waist, he was off balance, he could generate power from any angle, he could basically generate power on one foot. It was crazy. Yeah, it's a shame when your ego gets ahead of you and it, overhand right there from Yarde. Yeah, this fight's really warmed up. I think these two are just so evenly matched, and that's when you get a great fight. And even stylistically, they really gel well. Lyndon Arthur complaining about a punch round the back, round the kidney area, which is illegal when it's like round the back. But you can't complain about things in boxing. You've got to get on with it. There's no room for being soft in boxing. If you want to be in a sport that, you know, sticks to every rule possible, boxing's not the one. You do what you can do. You can do what you can get away with. If the referee don't pull you up on something, you keep doing it. Oh, you see there, Lyndon Arthur just fell short because he didn't fully commit with a shot, and then Yarde countered with a left hook. That's because Yarde's got so much power, Lyndon Arthur's frightened to fully commit. Not committing and hesitating, you might as well just give your opponent the shot, because you leave yourself in like no man's land. Yeah, I felt in the last round that Lyndon Arthur was starting to find his rhythm. But in this round, Yarde stepped it up again. And Lyndon's not really getting his shots off here. Yeah, he's just jumped in from range with a left hook to the body. That is a bad move against someone with Yarde's power. You've got to jab your way in so you get yourself into range. Give your opponent something to think about. And then you go to the body. Switch it up. Respect there from Melbourne, Australia. How good is Floyd Mayweather? The best. One of the best, without doubt. I think he would perform well and compete in any era. That's how good I think he is. One of the most intelligent guys in boxing. It wasn't just about his physical attributes. It was his discipline, you know, his skill, the hard work he put in. He had everything. Because what's the saying go? Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work. Let's try and get through some of these comments here. ST Soto, I don't know if I pronounced that right. Evening all. Good to sit and listen to a Geordie who knows his boxing. Respect, mate, thank you. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, there seems to be drama going off the comment section here to do with the rap situation and Billy Joe Saunders not being able to go and check them. But it doesn't really matter. As long as you send somebody from the opposite team, it's okay. So the fact that Chris Eubank Jr. has rejected it, There's nothing wrong with that. Go and get someone else. But Conor Benn just wants to play mind games, which again is okay because it's all about mind games, and Chris Jr. has been playing them all the way through. It's part of boxing. Someone saying Billy Joe Saunders is looking heavy, about 250 pounds. Yeah, he's looking massive. I don't think he's been training for a long time. Yeah, I think he likes his food, that guy, because he's looking a little bit round, to put it politely. Inspiration. What do you think of women's boxing? Did you watch Clarissa Shields versus Danielle Perkins? Yes, I did. Do you know what it is? It's a lot of people put women's boxing down because it's not the same standard as male boxing. But what you've got to remember is women's boxing hasn't been around as long as male boxing, so it's going to take time to catch up. When I was on GB, I had the likes of Natasha Jonas, Nicola Adams, Savannah Marshall, great fighters, and yeah, I think it's great for women to be involved because, you know, why not? You know what I mean? Why shouldn't they get the opportunities the males get? It's as simple as that. And like I say, the standard, of course, is slightly behind, but it will catch up because, like I say, it hasn't been around. The female boxing hasn't been given the same opportunities of the males, so it's understandable why they're going to be slightly behind. And because boxing's about power and knockouts, it hasn't got the same knockouts as males, which is obvious. So I can understand some people don't like it as much, but I do like it. If you look at the like anything, if you look at the best women in boxing, the likes of Clarissa Shields, Katie Taylor, Savannah Marshall, Natasha Jonas, the level in the skill is right up there. Marco Antonio Barrero was ruthless boxer. He certainly was. He was absolute great fighter. If you don't know who he is, go and check him out. Adam's saying women's boxers needs better promotion. There's some good ones out there. I totally agree. And this is why I give Jake Paul massive credit. Anyone who doesn't know Jake Paul, he's from the YouTube world. And he was promoting and helped, what's her name now? My brain's gone dead. Can't think of her name. But yes, he promoted them. That's my brain gone dead. Sorry about that. But he promoted female boxing when this girl, American fight, Amanda Serrano, fought Katie Taylor, and he promoted that fight. And fair play to him, he brought his audience and promoted the fight and made it massive. And he was giving females the opportunities that the likes of, Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren hadn't given. So I really respect that. Be positive, saying most of the best British boxers have Nigerian parents. Why? Anthony Joshua, Lawrence Osweki. I'll take that, even though I'm not up there with all the best. But I've probably underachieved. But like I say, you need a little bit of luck in boxing. Moses Itoma. I think genetics. I think it's not just necessarily Nigerian. It's all about genetics in sports. If you've got good genetics, you perform well. You've got an advantage, especially if the discipline goes with it. I mean, you've got the Welsh wizard who was on GB from Wales, and he's Maltese, one of the most gifted fighters. If you look at the GB setup, but they're not all Nigerian. There's loads of good talented fighters from all over the world. Talent's talent, whichever country it comes from. I'm just trying to pick up your comments. How's everyone seeing this fight? How are you scoring it? Let me know in the comment section. It's so closely matched. It's nip and tuck. It's going to be one of them fights that's going to be difficult to score because it sometimes comes down to what you like best. Are you liking the person applying the pressure, being the aggressor, or do you like the guy on the back foot who's boxing and moving, counter punching? It's difficult sometimes. Boxing can be very subjective, and this is where people often argue and get annoyed. But it depends on what you like. And in a fight where there's also not a lot of clean punches landed, it gets very difficult. It's a case of, did you think that punch was clean? Did you not? It's like say football, for instance. It's easy to determine a goal. If the ball crosses the goal line, it's a goal. But in boxing, it's all about clean punches landed in the target area. So it's like, do you like the punches that are more powerful, but there's less of them? Or do you like the volume? It's really difficult. Oh, thank you. So I've just had another donation there. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Like I say, all the donations come straight back into the channel. So anyone wanting to donate, it's really appreciated. I'll make sure that I keep on bringing you the best content possible. I'll always make sure that I get back to you and try to answer your questions. And the people supporting this channel in the live streams, the more support I get, the more streams I'll do. The thing is with Anthony Yarde here, he's slowing his feet down a little bit, and naturally he's very heavily muscled. And you know, the bigger the muscle, the more energy and oxygen is required. So he started so fast, and we're into round 5 now. It'll be interesting to see how it goes in the second half of the fight, because that's when the lactic acid, you know, starts to build up. And Will Lyndon Arthur, who's a lot more relaxed, doesn't, you know, use as much energy with his relaxed style. Will he start to take over? It's really interesting. Oh, sorry about that. Let me try and get through some of these comments. ST, so did I pronounce that? Oh. Watched a video on Adrian Broner. That guy had so much talent, but wanted to be Floyd Mayweather so bad. Very sad story. Yeah. Adrian Broner was so good, but even now, if anyone watches him on Instagram, the guy's crazy. I don't think he lives the life, and he's not disciplined. Like I said earlier on in the stream, the thing about Floyd Mayweather, he was flamboyant and he showed off with all the glitz and the glamour, but actually he was disciplined. He trained like an absolute demon, and like I say, he backed it up in the ring. Whereas, you know, Adrian Broner wanted to be like Mayweather without the hard work. You can't do it. You can't have it both. Boxing and sports, in anything in life that you want to be successful in, you've got to make the right sacrifices. You've got to put the work in. And like you say, he was so talented, so it is a sad story. And when he fought Madonna, another world-class operator, he basically made him look stupid. But that's because, again, he didn't put in the work. And that's what happens, you get found out. Thoughts on Andrew Ruiz? Another lazy fighter, very talented. He was a good amateur. Obviously a good professional. You seen what he done to Anthony Joshua, but he won a world title, and then he thought it was all done. All the work is done. So you know, you got to remember, he's from where he's from in Mexico. I think he was his first ever, you know, heavyweight world champion. So he become a king. Everybody loved him. So it's very hard for the success not to take over and forget. You know, I just think that what happens is, and this is a lot of fighters, to be honest, and a lot of sports people, once they've achieved the goal, they think the work's done, and they lose the motivation. But you can't lose motivation. A lot of top guys will say The hardest thing is to stay at the top. It's all right getting there, but can you stay there by being disciplined? So it's a shame, really. Yeah, I don't like the way Lyndon Arthur stayed in the pocket too long. He needs to box and move. He's playing the wrong tactics. Oh, shout out to London Premier Walk in. Huge respect, mate, for sending another donation, another super chat. Means so much, mate. Great boxing channel, Lawrence, and wish you every success. Thank you, mate. Respect. It always shocks me then people's generosity because, you know, to follow the channel and support it and to be that generous is it's so nice. It means a lot. I don't know what I'm. I don't know if I've liked that there. Have I liked it? I think I've liked it. I still don't know how to. Thank you, Quinn. Doing great. Thank you, mate. Really appreciate it. Right, I've just realised how to like the chats, the donations, the super chats. Make sure they're put on. Just scrolling back. I don't know if I've missed any. Yeah, really appreciate the generosity. Yeah, Sin Kill saying to be positive 99. Why are Nigerians? What kind of question is that, lol? They are talented and hard work and they're Nigerian. Yeah, it's true. It's not. It's any country. You know, I think there's definitely some genetics there, but I think any country, like I say, I've mixed with people from all over the world who've been talented. It's just down to hard work sometimes. Yeah, talent's talent. Genetics. Some people are gifted and some aren't. It's that simple, really. And again, why does Ukrainian produce such good boxers? Well, my personal opinion on that, it's the program that the Ukrainians have. That as an amateurs, they have excellent programs. Yeah, it's all about grassroots. If you could have a great program from grassroots and build that all the way through, it produces the goods. How would I go down? Yeah, someone's saying he lived. I think he lived the life until he took his first loss, and it mentally destroyed him. Then Floyd, I think we're talking about Broner here. Then Floyd shafted him. The guy, the guy melted. Lives off the Governor Davis handouts. The downfall, his own choice. Yeah, this is the thing. Sports, you need a really strong mind. So when things don't go your way, you've got to have the strength to continue and get past it. Because tough times come. Yeah, this is looking like a really tough fight. They're really grueling it out here because Yarde's making it really physical. I think Lyndon Arthur would be happy to keep it nice and long and counter punch, but Yarde's really taking it to him. Oh, lovely overhand right there from Yarde, because I think Lyndon Arthur, he threw like a left hook. He led with a left hook. You don't want to lead with a left hook because a straight right hand gets there quicker than a bent arm shot. So that's like a bad mistake to make. Lyndon Arthur looks a little bit... Oh, but as I say that, he threw a lovely double jab. Beautiful shot. That's his kind of main shot. He's got a beautiful jab. And it's not just a flicking jab, it's a real ramrod jab. It rocks your head right back. Yeah, they're both exchanging blows in close quarters. I do think Lyndon Arthur has possibly got the slightly quicker hands, but Yarde's a little bit stronger, I think, in close. The thing is, when you're getting tired, if you can keep behind a jab, it's a lot safer and a lot better, because as you get tired and you start to throw the bent arm shots, you're more exposed. It's more of a dangerous shot to throw. So you often find that fighters, as they get tired, they neglect the feet and start throwing bent arm shots. You're much better off getting behind the jab, throwing your ones and twos, keep it simple. Yeah. Greatest ever boxing match. Ooh. Now that has put me on the spot. There's so many. I can't even think offhand. I mean, Muhammad Ali, Rumble in the Jumble was a great one, an old one. What else? Let's think modern time. I mean, Canelo versus Triple G was in some great fights. In recent years, even more recent, Arthur Beterbiev versus Dmitry Bivol. Great fights. Two of the best in the world, pound for pound. I enjoyed Alexander Usyk versus Tyson Fury. Great fights in recent years. But best ever, Marvin Hagler versus Tommy Hearns. Absolute shootout. Let's think. There's so many. God, that I could talk all day about that. There's so many great fights. It's really hard just to name one. Be Positive said, Marvin Hagler said, it's tough to get out of bed to do the road work at 5 a.m. when you're sleeping in silk pajamas. 100%. And that's a thing. Once you become successful, staying there is really difficult because the motivation is lost. Because you've achieved everything you'd set out to achieve. And then it's like, well, why am I still doing it? But the great guys likes of, Floyd Mayweather, even when he became the best in the world, he still didn't lose the same work ethic. And that's where I really respect the likes of Floyd Mayweather, because that's really hard to do. When you're wearing silk pajamas and it's lovely and warm in bed, to get up when it's raining, snowing, rain, snow or blow as they say, that requires real discipline. Anthony Yarde's kind of catching Lyndon Arthur over the top of the head, and them ones really scramble your senses. It's not less than ideal. Oh, lovely combination there inside by Lyndon Arthur. 1-2 left hook, I think it was. Yarde tries to respond, but the accuracy is a lot better from Lyndon Arthur. He picks his shots so much better. Oh, lovely short right hand there from Lyndon in the inside. Beautiful. Very nice. This is starting to be a phone booth job. They're just standing toe to toe, letting the shots go. I mean, for the fans, this is what you want to see. But for the brain cells, it's not great. Both guys' shots are looking a little bit slow. Both of them will be tired because it's round 8 now. And they've put a lot into the shots. And when you're leaning in each other's body weight on each other, it's very physically demanding. Fair play to Yarde though, he's bobbling, weaving, trying to, keep his head moving, trying to find the correct shots, leaning on Lyndon Arthur, smothering him. There's some nice work from both guys, to be honest. Oh, beautiful from off the ropes there lovely overhand right from Yarde. This is real back and forth action. Beautiful. Wow. The finish to that round was great. And when you have exchanges like that, it's always interesting to see when they come back out for the round to see who it's taken more from. Just watching the replay there. Oh, lovely left hook there on the replay I just seen from Lyndon Arthur. We know that Anthony Yarde's got a great chin. He's fought the best in the world, and yes, he got stopped. But, you know, I think the first fight against Kovalev, he got knocked out by exhaustion. And then against Beterbiev, we all know he can really, really punch. So there's no shame in losing to him by stoppage. And Linen offers no mug either. You know, he's got a decent chin as well. Let me just check the stream's going okay. It's saying there may be a little bit of buffering. Hopefully that disappears. Let me just click that one off. Hopefully. I'm not too sure how to correct this. Hopefully that everyone following along, the buffering's not too bad. Oh, what's going on here? What have I done? One moment. No, why is that taken back to this? Let me just... Let me know in the comment section how the stream's looking. I'm not too sure what's going on here. It looks... It's buffering slightly. Make sure. Not too sure why what's happening there. Hopefully it sorts itself out. Let me know in the comment section, please, how it's looking. The audio is perfect, but the video is a bit slow and choppy. I don't know why that started doing that. Well, as long as you can hear me, hopefully it sorts itself out. I might be able to... I don't want to... Let me just see if I can do anything here. Stream settings. Just trying to see if I can change anything here to make the stream a bit more seamless. I'm frightened to turn anything off in case I stop the stream. Let's hope it sorts itself out. Yeah, it's turned out into a real dogfight here. If I go into these settings, will it stop? Just see if I can output. Video. Okay. Okay, let's see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't last too long. Annoyingly. Still buffering. Did you pay your internet bill? I certainly did, so I'm not too sure why it's been so slow. It's something I'll have to try and sort out in the future. But I think it's back. I think we're back. It's saying that the connection's fine now on my end. Let me know in the comment section if it's sorted itself out there. It looks like it's better now. Someone saying in the comment section, did Yarde and the crew fall out? No, not at all. All the crew's good. We're strong, united. Just Turkey Al Sheikh for this particular event just wanted True Yarde and Wade, so it's all good. We'll be back in the future, hopefully. Oh, it's saying it again. Let's keep chopping and changing the. This is looking like a great fight, though. This has definitely lived up. Wonder if I can just make sure this one. Just bring this over here. People make me laugh. Did you pay your bill? Uh-oh, I forgot to pay. Right, I'm just trying to get this back. You can see both guys are looking a little bit tired here, but again, Anthony Yarde is the one pressing the action, staying in the pocket. It looks like Lyndon Arthur's tired, sitting on the ropes, because I know that, oh, beautiful right uppercut left hook, as I said that there. But the thing is, when he lets his shots go, he's landing beautiful shots, but I think his legs are tired, because I know the tactics won't be to sit on the ropes. I'm pretty sure his corner will be screaming, saying, get off the ropes, get out the corners. Someone's just asking, have I played the video game Sega Mega Drive all those years ago? But even then, I wasn't really massively into it. Never have been. I was always an active child, and I'd rather be out and about than actually sit on a computer. Yeah, I think for the next stream, I'll have to somehow upgrade it even further and get the best internet speed I can to make sure the internet's good. I've got decent internet, so I have no idea why it's saying it's buffering. Yeah, Yarde's really making Lyndon Arthur work. He's really putting the pressure on. He's not giving him any room to breathe. And it makes sense, because if I was in his corner being his coach, I would be telling him to do exactly the same. Make Lyndon work. He wants to be behind the jab, boxing and moving, but I wouldn't let him. Where public on widget. YouTube is not receiving enough information. Yeah, this has been a great fight. So someone's saying McManelli. I remember that. Right. Beautiful shot. Box into boxing. Paul. 0.5. Trying my best to get the job done. What's happened there? Hopefully still going. Really annoying me not getting this right. I'm so sorry, guys. Anyone watching? I'm trying my best here. Trying to get this put right. Round 11 here. This has been a real tough fight. I think these sort of fights are difficult to be in. You've really got to dig deep and find that energy. Credit to both guys, because boxing when you're fighting in a phone booth is difficult. You're literally using every ounce of energy you've got. I think Anthony Yarde is like, oh, overhand right again there from Yarde. Lyndon Arthur's looking the more tired guy right now. but he does land some sneaky shots on the inside every once in a while. But the constant pressure from Yarde is really draining. He's completely got the tactics right at this stage in the fight, putting it on him, not allowing Lyndon Arthur to breathe at all. And even, he's not... Sometimes it's great to land accurate punches, but sometimes land anywhere you can because it's going to break you down. Whether it's landing the arms, the shoulders, the head, anywhere, it takes it out of you. I just don't understand, though, why Lyndon Arthur isn't just trying to get behind the jab. I know this is, you train for this. At this level, you're prepared for the 12 rounds. You get every type of sparring. Beautiful uppercut there from Yarde. Lyndon's took it well. You need them. He knows what he was going to get with Anthony Yarde. You need to bring in maybe bigger guys who are going to be on the front foot, making you work. It looks like he's starting to break down a little bit here, Lyndon Arthur. He looks to be really struggling. There's nothing coming back. Yarde's just slowly breaking him down. Some of these shots are going a little bit low, mind. Oh, nice return there finally after about 20 punches coming the other way. Jeez. This has been a tasty fight, I know that much. Very, very tasty fight. See what I can close down just to try to... Subscription. Close that one. Yeah, I can see that Lyndon Arthur's coach in the corner screaming at him at the moment. You can see that he's really trying to get him going, boost his morale, trying to get him going. London Premier walking to us is just saying, I'm not volunteering, but ideally you need someone live to monitor the chat and everything. Yeah, unfortunately at this stage where I'm at, I haven't got the means to do that. This is a one-man ban. But you're totally right. In an ideal world, I would have someone. Oh, that's interesting. They've got Yarde up on the cards. But yeah, he has been winning these rounds just with his sheer, strength and physicality and pressure. He's definitely been winning the last 3-4 rounds on my cards. I haven't been scoring every round. Let me take this one off and see what happens. Keep refreshing. Maybe try keep refreshing it. Okay. Yeah, this has become a real dog fight now. Wesley Crompton. Lawrence, thanks for your impartial opinion. Eubank stops Ben in round 9. Peace and love from Bradford, boys. Thank you, mate. Really appreciate it. Sorry that the stream's been a little bit buffering. Have no idea what's going on. Less than ideal, I know, but as long as the audio's good, hopefully I'm still you can still hear what I'm saying. How's people seeing this fight? Let me know in the comment section. What's your thoughts? How are you seeing things? Good, minor. See, settings, create highlights. Just trying to find a way to improve this, the footage for you guys. Channel settings. What a fight! Over there, cancel. Customization. So slow mode. It's really annoying me that it's not there. Thanks again for just staying with me, guys. I'm just praying that it sorts itself out. But I think Yarde's won this fight. I think Lyndon Arthur's given it his all, but his body language tells me that he knows that things aren't looking great. Just unfortunately, boxing's a tough game, and you can only give it your all. You can only give it your best. And Lyndon Arthur has definitely given it his best. But for me, the better man on the night's been Anthony Yarde. And I did pick him to win. I just did think that the experience, the strength would be the difference. And that's exactly how it's played out. In Yarde, a lot of people think he's muscle bound, but he showed there he's got a great engine. He can do the 12 rounds comfortably. He applied the pressure from start to finish. Excuse me. He applied the pressure from start to finish. And he didn't give up at all. Trying just for a minute. I'm just going to try it there. Let's see this result. Let me see what they're saying. Fair play. Yarde gets it, and I think he fully deserved it as well. I have no qualms with that. He's the better man on the night. It's as simple as that. Software, none. Live, what have I done? Connection seems to be a little bit saying better there. Hopefully that's come back better, whatever's just happened there. Hopefully it stays. Stay with me, guys, come on. Send wishes over to make sure that the stream stays good. It's currently saying the connection's excellent, so don't ask why before it wasn't working properly. So come on, get your predictions in. How's everyone seeing the main event? Do you think Ben by points or by stoppage? Or do you think Eubanks by points or stoppage? Let me know. Things are getting there. I'm starting to get the excitement for the main event now. I feel like this fight's been in the making for so long, and it's finally here. And there was definitely part of me, I was worried that it wasn't going to happen. I really was. I really thought it may not happen. what we got to talk about? There's a few topics that I had for the stream, a few things I wanted to talk about. Who does people think the best rivalry was in British boxing? Because I have a few. I have Carl Froch versus George Groves, great rivalry. Obviously, Chris Eubank Sr. and Nigel Benn is without doubt one of the best ever. But other than them, I've got Carl Froch versus George Groves in recent years, David Hay versus Tony Bellew again, Amir Khan versus Kell Brook. In one which I hope happens, there's been a rivalry without the fight even taking place, is Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury. I hope that fight happens. I know we've got Tyson Fury who's in retirement, but, I think he's training at the moment. We know he's training. And, he's another guy who loves the attention. He's had more comebacks than I've had hot dinners. So yeah, I do think he'll come out eventually. I think he almost wants to see how the heavyweight landscape goes and see what happens and then, decide when to slip back in. But the Anthony Joshua fight, if he doesn't have that fight before his career's and he's too old, I think people will always talk about it. He won't want to have that everywhere he goes. Why didn't you fight Anthony Joshua? Because the whole world wants to see it. It's got to happen. Thank you guys saying the audio and video is good now. Let's hope it stays. Fingers crossed. Ben, because Eubanks is dehydrated. Yeah, I can't really argue with that. I'm gutted, to be honest. I hope it's just some sort of game. Like, I really hope that we'll see the best version of him, because I'd be devastated. Like, obviously there's going to be a rematch regardless, but I want to see the best version of both guys in the fight. It's and people talk. It makes us laugh, because people talked about the egg slap being so bad. Chris Eubanks hitting Conor Benn with an egg. I mean, a fight of this magnitude, the amount of money the guys are getting paid, do what you like. An egg. It'd be different if you threw a glass at him or a hard object, but as an egg. An egg's not going to kill you. Maybe a bit of salmonella or something. But nah. There was no harm done other than build a fight and got more people excited about it. So, and like I say, the fact that his dad tried to make it a big deal. It's all forgotten now, the fact that his dad's turned up, which I'm over the moon about. But at the time, a lot of people had mixed feelings about it. And the fact that Conor Benn, I know people said it wasn't Conor who blamed the egg situation, that he consumed too many eggs. But over that period, he reacted so badly to the whole thing, and there were so many different excuses I heard. I think all he needed to do was say, listen, there's been a mistake, end of. You know what I mean? Put his hands up, there's a mistake being made, but he couldn't do that. So, for me, I give him no leeway. It was almost as if it was everybody else's fault that he failed a drugs test. No, I disagree. He's got all the means and all the money to have the best team around him to make sure these things don't happen. He should have made sure. So for me, I don't give him any excuse. And I think, the way Chris has dealt with this whole situation, I think he's been great. I think he showed a different side of his personality, the charisma, the way he's commanded the whole, press conferences and the weigh-ins and what have you. It's all, for me, it's predominantly been about Chris Eubanks. It hasn't been about Conor Benn. That might just be my opinion, but I feel as if he's the bigger guy in this picture. Someone like Eddie Hearn, the best talker in the business, he pretty much silenced him in every press conference. Not many people have done that to Eddie Hearn, so for that alone, I give him credit. Yeah, it's crazy. We're getting close, guys. Come on, let me know your comments. I want to see what your predictions are. I want to see what round you think it'll go in. I mean, does people really think that this fight's going to go down to points? Or do you think it's going to be a stoppage? Because me personally, I can't see it going to points. I think there's going to be a knockout. And I was going to say there, I'm hoping it's Chris Eubanks. The thing is, I don't hate Conor Benn. I don't. I'm actually a fan of both guys. But the drug situation, I can't really get around that. I was gutted that that happened. And like I say, I think it shouldn't happen with someone with his financial means and team around him. So I can't kind of forget that. So there's an element where I'm more supportive of Chris Jr. And I just think the whole backstory with, everyone loves a story. Chris, unfortunately lost a brother, which is absolutely devastating. He's been going through so much. And then his dad's fell out with him. And then the way he's held himself and the way he's showed class throughout the whole process, I just really admire. And it's just his personalities, how witty he is, his character. I've just really enjoyed watching him. Whereas Conor Benn, I haven't really been entertained by what he said vocally. All I've really remember from him is the frustration in the whole world's against him when he failed the drugs test. I never seen at any stage him being humble, holding his hands up. So it put me off him a little bit through the whole process. But Nigel Benn, massive fan of. Conor Benn, before the drugs ban, I was a fan of his style, and probably more because of his dad. And I think the fact is, in his career, he hasn't achieved anything yet. Whereas Chris Eubanks has had a better career for better people, win, lose or draw. So I think I've just always kind of been backing Chris because of that. Okay. The Eubanks versus Ben rivalry was so good. It wiped out Steve Collins. Steve Collins was a great fighter as well. Really, really tough guy. He actually knows my uncle really well. My uncle was at his wedding. And because my uncle, anyone who doesn't know, my granddad was a boxer, and so was my uncle. So that's kind of one of the reasons I also got into boxing. We've got Michael Buffer in the building. I'm going to just quickly nip to the toilet again. The excitement's kicking in, so I'm needing the toilet. But I'll be back in just literally 2 minutes. I'm back. We've got Conor Benn making his way to the ring. I am excited for this fight. Come on. In fairness, Conor looks very calm. Looks very relaxed. And at the end of the day, you put in the hard work. You put in the hard work. Once you've done all your training camp, the hardest bit of the camp is the training, obviously. You know, the fight night is actually meant to be easy. The saying goes, train hard, fight easy. But you know, when you walk out to a crowd like that, you can almost be calm until you walk out to the crowd, and you can be really nervous. Or sometimes people, you know, can be fine. The minute they get the venue and they're warming up, then the nerves kick in. Everyone's different. But, you know, all the hard work has been done. So really, at this stage, if your mind's in the right place, it's about enjoying it. You know, relaxing, because whatever's going to be is going to be. All you can do is give 100% on the night. We've got Nigel Benn. I mean, what a proud moment to be as a father, to have your son carrying on the legacy. The third matchup, because we'll have Chris Senior versus Nigel Benn, fought twice for anyone who didn't know. Chris won the first one, and the second one was a draw. And there was a lot of controversy because a lot of people thought that Nigel Benn won the rematch, but they made it a draw. Unreal. I mean, you know, as a boxer, you have a great career, the whole excitement, the adrenaline, and then to be able to repeat that whole thing with your son must be amazing. It's almost in a way, although it'd be nerve-wracking seeing your son fight, it must be nice in another way, in the sense of, you know, for one, you don't have to take the punches, but you see it from a completely different angle. And just that proud moment of your son, because, you know, I've got kids, and things that you do in your own life is great, but things when you watch your kids do it, you get a different type of pleasure out of it. So yeah, you must be very proud. What's people saying here? Lawrence, get a mod for those bots. Be positive 9. Lawrence Oswecki. Uncle Manny was captain of the Great Britain amateur squad in New York, who later career having taken the coin. Respect, mate. You know the Uncle Manny, eh? Ben's getting booed, people are saying. Well, this is what happens. If you fail a drugs test, this is simply what happens. Nobody is going to have your back when you fail a drugs test. Don't care what the reason is, it's just the way it goes. And in boxing, you having a sports enhancement where you're physically stronger, you know, you could damage and seriously injure your opponent. And the thing is, you know, it's happened in the history with the parents. You know, Chris Eubank and Nigel Benn, they've injured the people. And even in recent years, Chris Jr., he fought Nick Blackwell, and he's left with a brain injury. So this game is no joke. You can't really even call it a game. You know, this is serious business. People get hurt. You don't play around in this game, I know that much. You don't break the rules, you don't cheat. Michael Buffer, what a legend. He must be, outside of fighters, probably the most iconic guy involved in boxing, which is crazy. But you hear his voice. Nobody can do it the way he does it. It's so unique. I'm just watching Chris Senior tying Junior's robe. This is beautiful to see, you know. It's absolute magic. Forgetting the result, you know, seeing this happen just makes everything so much better. Chris looks a lot better. His face, he was looking really gaunt. He's obviously rehydrated a bit and he looks a bit more full. But my concerns was, that's superficial. It's about all your organs, your brain. Have you fully got water and fluid into all the necessary organs? That's the difference. I mean, look at Chris Senior. There's something about him. He's just got star quality. When you see him walking out, I mean, he's just walking out, but he just has that presence. He's got a glow about him. I hope he doesn't start dancing, though. Come on, it's not about you. Let it be about your son, please. I mean, there's a little part of me wants to see him dancing. I find it hilarious. But no, after everything that's happened, I want this to be... Yes, I want them to stand side by side, but let your son have the main role. Because I know part of Chris Senior is desperate to just break out into a performance. I can see him. It's like holding back a wild animal. He's desperate to dance. Uh-oh. Yeah, he's trying his best not to put on a performance. Boxing's in a great place right now. I'm watching this and it's like, again, it goes back to Turkey Al Sheikh before he was involved in boxing. Boxing was dying. I maybe not dying, but it wasn't in a great place. All the big fights that people wanted to see weren't happening. But right now, we're getting this. Massive stadiums getting sold out. It's absolutely amazing to see. Because as a fighter myself, watching boxing, being a fan, not just a fighter, being a fan, you want to see the great fights. You want the sport you're involved in, to be great, to have great fan base. You want to see these great fights. So, yeah, it's nice to see. Someone saying I'm sure he's been drinking gallons of water. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he'll have, again, the best team to make sure that he can rehydrate the best he can. The problem is it enough time to get, like I say, to get fully absorbed by the body? Come on, Chris. This is like an iconic moment. This will be talked about for years to come. What I'm just looking on screen here. Who will win? 66% say Eubanks, 34% say Ben, Conor. I think that's about what you would expect. Being the more experienced man, naturally bigger. I think a lot of people might be slightly forgetting about the dehydration. As a fighter, I understand the repercussions of making the weight incorrectly. So it has got me worried. If I was to give my own percentage before the bad weight cut, out before he missed the weight, I was saying a good solid 70% I was giving, Eubanks to win, maybe even more. But incorporating the trouble with the weight situation, he's making it into more of a 50-50 fight, to be honest. Oh, I love that look. Nigel Benn and Eubank Senior united. And Chris Senior's went over to Conor Benn, to put his arms around him. That's nice. That's about respect. It's not about the dads anymore. And like I say, when you become a parent, your angle, the way you see things are completely different. And even as a fighter, A retired fighter hasn't got that same level of ego and anger and, all that's gone now. So all you want is the best for your kids. And to see your rival fighting, the son's rival, you don't want any harm to come over them. You want your son to win, but there's nothing but love there because you appreciate what you generated. Your rivalry with the dad, you realize what was created there. So all you want to see is another great show put on by your children doing the best they can. But of course, you don't want the son to win. But there's a lot of respect there, clearly. Yeah, seen that Conor Benn didn't seem to want any of it. I don't think it was a case of that. He's so focused. His dad's trying to hold him there, but he's just so focused. He wants to get a hold of Chris Jr. So this is what I was also said about Conor. Is the emotions going to get the better of him? The want to win so much, is it going to affect his performance? Yeah, this is great. I'm loving this. At these moments before a fight, for me personally, when I'm walking out, the nerves are there. And like even until I walk to the ring, when I get in the ring, I'm nervous. But the minute the bell goes, it all just disappears. It's so weird. The minute the bell goes and you touch your opponent, all them nerves just disappear. Everyone's different. But me personally, like I say, until that bell goes, the nerves are serious. Yeah, boxing's one of the hardest sports in the world. You just imagine, fighting. You're fighting someone who's trained just as skilled as you, the same weight, and then you've got to turn up and meet in an arena, in this case 60 odd thousand people, to see you potentially win or potentially fail. I mean, it's a lot of pressure, very nerve-wracking. Obviously, as a fighter, you gradually over time, you don't go straight into massive arenas, but regardless, you're going into a range fight. Anything can happen. You make one mistake and you could end up on your back seeing stars. But that's why, the things that are the hardest in life, you get the best reward. Anyone who would like to send a donation, help support the channel is massively appreciated. You can do that. I always say all the work I put in, it all goes straight back into YouTube. Any donations, because I want to get the best content on YouTube. So I'm really trying to grow the channel, put the work in. So any donations is massively appreciated. It keeps me doing, what I love, giving you my knowledge and my experience. It's a bit like boxing, when you box early in your career, you need sponsorship, you need support, because quite often you're not getting paid very well. Or I've actually fought for nothing in my fights because I've had to pay for my opponent to cover the costs. So I've actually been out of pocket fighting. Boxing's a difficult game. Similar to me here on YouTube, starting out, I'm trying to grow the channel, putting all the time and effort in. So, like I say, I hope you enjoy the content. So any donations and support is massively appreciated. Let's see what the comments are saying here as we draw near. The whole of someone Cyborg boxing. The whole event is totally scripted, including Eubank Sr. calling his son a disgrace. Well, one thing I will say, the Eubanks are all very intelligent and they are mastered of mind games. You know, Chris Sr. was a master. He used to know exactly how to get under Nigel Benn's skin. So, would I put it past them? This was all an act, all scripted? Definitely not. It'd be very intelligent and very clever if it works. The Dark Destroyer. Why do I feel like Ben is going to drop Eubanks in the first? It's boxing. Anything can happen. And, you know, if I was to listen to Conor Benn's sparring partners, they've all been saying these have been bigger guys than Conor. Light heavyweights, super heavyweights. Said he can really bang and he's explosive. But like I say, if he's been in his training camp, they're going to support Conor and say the right things. So you can't take too much from that. But from what I've seen, he's definitely got power. And he's got speed. He has got quite quick hands. He's explosive. And it's the punches you don't see that do the damage. And if the weight cut, like I say, is going to affect Eubanks, and it definitely did in his last couple of fights, in my opinion, there's definitely a chance. But this is why this fight's so intriguing. And why people have disagreed with the weight, the fact that they've had to come and meet in the middle. You know, it's a disadvantage. Conor coming up, or Eubanks coming down. But catchweight fights have happened for years. This is part of boxing. This is what makes it so exciting and unique. Come on. Just seeing Chris Sr. being seen to his seat. You can see Chris still looks very slim here. It's like you can only hydrate so much. You can tell he's obviously cut a lot. I'm on the edge of my seat here. Someone saying Eddie's got a bad record. Yeah, I wouldn't be going off Eddie's record. Oh, lovely hook there from Chris as Conor tried to duck in. Oh, those bombs being thrown. Chris is doing the right thing, tying Conor up. When he gets in close, oh! Chris carries his hands so low, and when you've got a smaller man coming over the top, it's dangerous. When you're seeing them here in the ring, though, Chris looks so much bigger. But the speed from Conor, he's given a lot of different looks here, bobbing and weaving. You can see what Conor's trying to do. He's ducking low and trying to come over the top, explode in. What Conor doesn't want to do is become too predictable, because that'll play into Chris's hands. But Chris definitely looks a little bit tentative. Conor looks the more confident right now. Good head movement there from Conor. Nice jab by Chris. He needs to get that jab working. Oh, not far away, that overhand right there from Conor. Oh, see, oh, Chris hurt. Oh, he's rocked onto his heels there. This weight cut's an issue, I'm telling you now. Once upon a time, Chris was so confident in his chin, he would have walked Conor down and went to war. He's got a look in his eye where he just... Can't lie, he doesn't look great. There's that sharpness, that spite that I'm used to seeing from Chris in the past. It's not there. His sharpness. There's just a delayed look about Chris where he hasn't got that fluidity about him. Even there, oh! Chris has got me nervous right now, I tell you that much. This is heating up already. It's only round one. Don't think I can cope. Bit of hay fever here. Chris just needs to use his jab. His guard's so low, and in the past his chin's so good. You know, his speed, but right now, put it that way, I'm watching this not feeling the confidence that I thought I was going to have in this fight. Whew. Thank you, mate. Appreciate someone saying nothing better than listen to a honest current pro boxer doing commentary. Respect, mate. Really appreciate that. Yeah, people are saying worried for you, Bangs. I'm worried after that. The speed is definitely with Conor, but his feet, he's lunging in a little bit. If he gets his feet into range before he attacks, he's dangerous. He looks dangerous. In the shots that I've landed, Chris doesn't seem to like at all. In the past, you could hit him with a bomb and he was always there. It's almost like when you lose your superpower, what made you great. Where's the combination punching from Chris? He used to be a combination puncher. When he teamed up with Roy Jones, he tried to make him something that he's not. He's not a boxer. He's not a, get on the jab, triple hook like Roy Jones. He's got great uppercuts. But his strength is mid-range, mid to long range. He was actually great on the inside, even Chris back in the day. Yeah, I'd say probably mid to close quarters, actually. But when you're in there with a smaller, faster guy, it's different. Your tactics have to change a little bit. But now, he doesn't really want to be there because of the rehydration, because his chin's not as good. Lovely stiff jab by Chris. Oh. See, you threw a triple jab there, but it looks slow from Chris. See the combinations? He looks tired. Oh! Telling you now, there's part of me starting to really understand why Chris Sr. was so against his son fighting at this weight. Chris doesn't look great. Anybody watching, go and watch, after this fight, go and watch Chris at his best. A different animal. This weight is a massive problem. I feel like Conor is starting to settle into it. He's not rushing it as if he's going to time him because he can see that Chris, oh. Conor nearly hit the lampshades in the arena there. He absolutely threw a bomb there. Here I'm coming. He nearly hit me here in my room. Chris is landing some good jabs when he does, but there's not enough of them. Conor lands a lovely stiff jab himself, shoots into range. The speed is without doubt with Conor. This fight's got me hyped. I can't even speak properly. I'm as excited for this fight as I was for Tyson Fury versus Usyk. That's the magnitude of this fight. I've really loved this whole story with this fight. It's really captured the imagination. There's so much hesitation in what Chris is doing. I mean, I hope he's just taking his time because he knows that Conor is exerting a lot of energy. But saying that, Conor looked a lot more relaxed in that round than the previous, as if his corner said, calm it down, take your time, Chris is going to be there. Just be patient. Let's see how Chris comes out in this next round. It is spicy. Yeah, people are saying in the comment that Chris looks tired. He does. Dehydration is no joke. I don't want to be dehydrated when I'm going for a walk. Never mind going into a boxing fight. It's absolutely mental. Anybody not making the weight correctly is just... There's not words for it. It's idiotic. In this, what is frustrating for me is Chris has made that mistake against Liam Smith. So you'd think that he would rectify, get that mistake right this time round. Chris Sr. in the crowd just popping his jab out. Because he knows what his son needs to do. I don't like how the shots that there's bombs millimeters away from Chris's chin every time. Oh, he's not far away there. Again, Conor. We're only in round 3, and Chris looks like he's in round 8 or round 10. Oh, he's a sitting. Oh, left hook. He's hurt. He's wobbled him. He's hurt. Chris needs to hold on, use his experience. He's been here before. He needs to learn from it. Conor needs to be patient and not get overexcited, but Chris is hurt. He was a sitting duck for 2 straight right hands, and then it was a short left hook. Similar to what happened when he fought Liam Smith. I'm pretty sure there was a left hook in there that done the damage. Pick your hands up. I feel as if Chris used to pick his hands up a lot. He is hurt. He is shook to his boots off that. Why do I feel like it's a matter of time? There's that right hand again. Yeah, his timing is way off Chris's. Is Eddie Hearn going to break his curse? This is where, when you have a crisis in a fight, a good corner person is absolute key. Chris needs to see this round out. Get through the round. Uh-oh, they're on the floor. Missionary position. I think they forgot it was boxing for a moment. Yeah, good cornerman needs to go in there and do the job with Chris. You can't rehydrate him, unfortunately, but he needs to give him some good advice, because he needs to pick his hands up a little bit. Oh, another right hand, fast right hand from Conor. Lovely, come over the top with it. And the thing is with Chris, he loves to lead with left hooks, which is terrible when a guy is fast with a fast right hand over the top counter. Conor's shown some nice head movement there. Damn. Yeah, he was hurt. Very hurt in that round. Unfortunately, Conor couldn't capitalise. But he was seconds away from being badly hurt there. Having a crisis at this stage in the fight, so early, there's a lot of rounds to go. Absolutely crazy. Someone saying Chris getting dropped in round 5. Yeah, this is the problem. Dehydration affects every part of your performance. Your ability to take a shot, your speed, your endurance, everything. It's absolutely essential. Your ability to just see clearly, think logically, everything goes out the window. Chris showing a little bit of a better defence there, head movement. Oh, I'm doing an Eddie Hearn there, I'm jinxing it. Conor come back with overhand right. The Drake effect. I don't want to have the Drake effect. Oh, nice little left hook there by Chris. But normally there would have been another 10-punch combination that followed. He threw a combination, then he had to take a step back. Oh, the left hook. I feel as if the left hook is the money shot for Conor. Because Chris is riding the right hand a little bit, but the left hook's landing clean. He's almost turning away from the shots, Chris. Almost hoping for the best. You can't hope for the best in boxing. Because all you're hoping for is getting put on your backside. He's leading with a jab to the body, but he's not returning his hand quick enough. So, oh, lovely uppercut there by Chris. The thing is, Chris has got beautiful uppercuts, but he needs the energy to get in close, in the speed and the reflexes to bob and weave and get them off. But because of the lack of confidence, because of his chin, he's not really willing to commit to the shot. Conor's definitely slowed down a little bit, but I don't know if this is patience, which is a good thing, or if it's the fact that he's tiring because his style takes a lot of energy, the way he bobs and weaves. He puts 110% into every shot. Oh, another right hand there by Conor. Chris is talking to him in his ear, probably trying to frustrate him. Chris tries to throw after this, he said break. The referee warning him. Oh, another left hook not far away. At the minute, Conor's shown... Oh, that's a right hand again. The speed difference. What Conor doesn't want to do is become predictable. Because he's waiting too long there. When he's getting success, he is actually counter-punching, bobbing and weaving and coming over the top. What a fight already. I can imagine Tony Sims saying to Conor, be patient. Beautiful uppercut there I'm just seeing on the replay from Chris. But I'm pretty sure that Tony Sims will be saying to Conor, be patient. Don't rush anything. Because right now, everything's kind of working. I just seen in the replay again that Conor rushed in and then he got countered. He just needs to be clever and sensible about his work. Chris did land some decent shots there, but in fairness to Conor, he took them and he didn't look hurt. Chris is thing is with Chris, he's always had a good engine. His breathing's good. He's not breathing heavy there. It's just the energy, the lack of energy because of the dehydration. When Conor's fainting, he's getting success. He's waiting a little bit too long at times. When he gets back to that Tyson-style bobbing and weaving, he has Chris missing with shots. Oh, nice little body shot low there. Chris kind of rolled and scooped a lovely body shot there. Right in the pit of the stomach. Nice shot there. Oh, nice shot by Chris, but Conor comes back. I feel as if the shots that are landing clean from both guys are having a big effect on Chris. I just don't like the way Chris has been rocked back onto his heels. When you're feeling strong and you're sharp, you're on the balls of your feet. But, oh, nice body shot there from Chris. It's actually quite a good tactic for Chris to throw the body shots because Conor bobs and weaves well, but he's not really expecting the body shots. And I think it was Chris's last fight in Saudi when I was there at. He fought Kamil Saramata, and I think he finished the fight with a body shot. It's the way he scoops them, like it's like uppercuts to the bodies. He's great with them scooping shots. Well, nice shot there from Chris, but didn't really have much in it. He hasn't got that spite, that snap. See, Conor he's becoming predictable. He's looking for that overhand right, and Chris is starting to read it. He's looking a little bit more relaxed here, Chris. Maybe because the pace is slowing a little bit. But this is the sort of pace that Chris would prefer right now. You can see, in my opinion, that Chris is the superior boxer, but he just hasn't got the ability to perform to the best of his ability, which is a shame. It's a shame, but they're getting paid millions, so am I bothered that much? Do I feel sorry for him? Maybe not, but they're getting well rewarded for their hard work. Yeah, you see there, Conor just made Chris miss easily. That extra bit of speed. Because in sports, you're talking milliseconds will make the difference. Let's just see the replays here. Yeah, Chris landed a decent right hand. Not clean though. Yeah. Bit of a clash of heads there, actually. I didn't see that previously. Both guys are looking to come away with a cut. Going into round 6, are we? Weight cut is winning. Yeah, Eubanks needs more uppercuts. He's one of his best shots. He definitely needs more of it. But you need the confidence and the commitment. And when you're throwing an uppercut, you're susceptible to a left hook. So, Ben's had success. Oh, lovely left. They just had a shootout there. Chris there had a bit of a shootout there. He was trying to show Conor that I'm still here. I'm willing to fight it out with you, but it could be a mistake. Like the difference of the Chris that fought Billy Joe, let's see, he looked tired after that. After that exchange. Do you imagine the Chris that fought Billy Joe Saunders, George Groves, all these guys? He would have Arthur Abraham. He would have flattened Ben. Oh, Chris lands a good left hook there on Conor. Yeah, Chris's feet just don't look right. Every time Conor turns, his feet seem to get twisted up like he can't correct them. Yeah, Chris had that exchange at the start of the round and it's took a load of energy out of him. And that's because of the dehydration. It's only round 6. We're only halfway there. This ring, you can see that Chris had to rub his feet. It's an absolute disgrace that the ring's not right. People are putting their lives in danger and you've got to worry about the surface of the ring. Every time Chris lands, he can't capitalise on anything because that requires more energy that he hasn't really got. He can only really fight in spurts. Whereas that's what Chris done so well in his career. He could put punches in bunches. He could go once, he could go twice. Oh, left hook was just went over the head of Chris. Conor is breathing heavy, but like he puts a lot into his work. That's the frustrating thing. Chris isn't breathing heavy. It's just fatigue of dehydration. Conor just made Chris hit thin air there. Back of the head shot there from Chris. Too real. Love the channel as well, bro. Great content. Thank you, mate. Means a lot. I always say I put in a lot of work into this channel. You know, I've done boxing, I've worked, I've done many different jobs, but, you know, learning the ropes on YouTube is extremely difficult. People think, oh, it's easy, just talking to a camera. It's actually harder than it looks. And then I had to learn how to edit, do thumbnails. But yeah, it's a great job to do. To be able to talk about the sport I love, you know what I mean? It's great. Every uppercut causes Ben problems, 100%. Because uppercuts in general are very difficult to defend against because you don't see them coming. Just the angle in which they come out, they scoop up. You know, you got your defense like this, and they come up the middle, out of your, you know, line of vision. It's probably one of the most underrated punches in boxing. Just ask Dylan White. Every time he's been knocked out, it's been an uppercut. From Tyson Fury, from Anthony Joshua, and from Povetkin. Oh, right hand there. Catches Chris. He's trying to hold on. He's been shook to his boot. Oh, his legs are gone. Every time Conor lands clean, he's shook. His punch resistance is non-existent. Oh, lovely uppercut there from Chris. But Conor's fine. Done nothing. That's the difference. Fully hydrated. Even Conor in his previous fights, he got dropped early in his career, but he was, you know, making weight probably. But fully hydrated at a heavier weight. In any fight, I'll tell you, when they're in the gym. Oh, lovely shot there by Chris. A right hand and a screw left uppercut. When you're in the gym sparring and you're the heavier weight, you're stronger. But at fight weight, you're often a little bit weakened. Never mind being dehydrated, you know, in the wrong weight for your best performance. Oh, Conor's starting to land and touch Chris even more and more. Yeah, this isn't looking great. Chris is looking slow. There's nothing in his shots. Oh, lovely right hand left uppercut. Oh, did Chris hurt Conor there? Chris needs to see the round out, get behind the jab, box clever. Because sometimes when you've been hit, it takes a round for you to fully recover. One more shot might just, you know, do the job. I mean, at the same time, when the opportunity's there, if Chris sees the opening, you've got to take it. This is where boxing's difficult. Oh! Punches were very close from landing. Chris is just, luckily, probably fluke was just off the beat. And Conor didn't land clean on any of them. And what's really difficult, and a lot of fighters will tell you this, When you fight a smaller man, it's really difficult because you're punching down. So naturally your hands come back lower, not to protect your chin. And that's why people like Mike Tyson, Alexander Usyk and the coming into heavyweight, being the smaller man, being quicker, faster on your feet, more mobile, but also making your opponent punch down is a massive advantage. And like I say, Mike Tyson is a class example. Just watching the replay here. Yeah, there's multiple shots that just miss Chris just by fluke. Just so happened to be in a position where essentially Conor's accuracy wasn't great, so the shots didn't land. Yeah, this fight's definitely got me on the edge of the seat. What's people saying? Is this fight living up to expectations? And the thing is, I know this fight's not even over yet, but I'm thinking about the rematch. What's Chris going to do at this weight? It is no good for him. Chris is doing the right thing when he's letting his shots go, falling in and smothering. You've got to do it correctly, but if you can smother where your opponent can't get the shots off, it can stop the guy from punching. The thing is, I feel as with some of the things that Conor's doing, it's not even that hard to deal with. He can be predictable. He's there to be hit, but Chris just can't capitalize because he hasn't got the speed about him. Nice uppercut again there. I'm not sure if it landed cleanly. God. Never ever seen Chris look so slow. It's obvious to me by the way Chris is moving at times that he's the better fighter. The way he can bob and roll and slip. It's very smooth and slick at times, but they see the way he fell in there, so laboured and tired. Crazy. It's like having a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, but not having the fuel to put in it. It's no good. A car without fuel is no good. You can put on the best tyres, the best brakes, the most powerful engine, but you don't put the fuel in it. No good. Waste of time. So that's why I say making weight is so essential. Yeah, Conor's looking a little bit tired here, mind, in round 8. He's looking a bit more heavy on his feet, which is good news for Chris because he needs it to be this way. The judges, one of the scorecards from the judges has got Chris up because he is in spurts, landing the better shots when he's boxing. He's definitely been hurt a few more times, but is Chris hurt again? But his experience is just carrying him through. Just making him do enough to... This referee's been pretty good, to be fair. He's let them work. He's not intervened too much. It's quite a good referee. I'm glad they haven't got Howard Foster. Oh. That was an explosive round at the end. And Chris actually done the right thing at the end of the round. He kind of was leaning, using his size in pushing Conor onto his back foot. Because if you can push a come forward fight onto the back foot, they're not as effective. And Conor's definitely starting to tire because forgetting the energy side of things in terms of hydration, just the bigger man essentially leaning on you, it takes more out of you. Where's Chris Sr. going? I've just seen him in the crowd. Is he going to the corner? Is he allowed to the corner? I think he's telling one of the cornermen, giving them some advice. Yes, people say in the comments, great fight. Both guys are missing a lot. They are. Chris's accuracy isn't as good as it normally is. Conor's accuracy, he fights with venom. He just explodes into a combination. There's not always, precision involved, but it can be effective. But, both guys are definitely tired. But at this stage in the fight, it's expected going into round 9. Another left hook. Right hand and left hook by Conor. Chris is hurt again. Every time he lands clean, Chris is hurt. He's lucky he's not in there with the likes of Liam Smith. Because, Liam Smith, well, I'm talking about the Liam Smith he fought last time round, would have capitalised. Because of Conor's lack of experience and he's not as accurate, he's not really capitalising like he should be. Don't get me wrong, he's doing some good stuff, but there's certain things with experience, adjusting your feet accordingly, patience at the right time, knowing when to let the shots go. You can only get that with experience. But Chris is on the front foot. I don't know what his corner's telling him. He obviously feels safer in this position, pushing Conor back. It might be a good tactic because when you create space with your opponent, you're actually giving them time and leverage to get the shots off. But when you smother them, they can't develop necessarily the same power. So it might be a good tactic. But with that comes risk. But boxing's all about risks. It's a risk-reward situation. See, this is the Chris I'm used to, who lets his shots go. But is that a cut I can see over? There's a cut on Chris's eye, over his right eye. This is all he needs. He's already got trouble with his engine because of the dehydration. Now he's got a cut to deal with. Oh, where's it at? Oh, the referee's had a look, but he's letting it go. It's definitely affecting... Chris staggers again. And it's over his right eye where Conor's left hook comes from, which is the shot that's probably been doing the damage. The right hand's kind of been setting it up, and then the left hook afterwards. I'm not too sure if it was a punch or a head clash that caused it, because obviously the guys are coming together a lot. It may be off the left hooks that Conor's been landing, in fairness. Yeah, Chris is blinking. He doesn't look very comfortable. He looks like he's struggling a little bit. Chris needs to be very careful on that right-hand side. Let's see what the cornerman can do, the cutsman. This is the difference of a really good cutsman. It's not in obviously a good place. But if it's in the centre of the eye, it drips straight in. But it does look to be slightly towards the outer side, which is slightly better. But I need to see it closely to give a proper evaluation of it. Oh, there it was. It was a head clash. Totally accidental. Conor come over from his left side and come to throw his own shot or slip. And, yeah, that was totally accidental. It happens, it's boxing. And this is, I remember in the amateurs, my coach is saying it's so important to keep your hands up because you're putting gloves in between you and your opponent. So if there's any clashes in close, it hits the gloves. But regardless, it can happen. But when you carry your hands low and you're leaning your weight over your front foot, head clashes happen. But it's boxing. It's part of the game. Yeah, Conor's, he definitely looks the fresher man, but Chris is really piling it on. He's literally just going, right, let's just go for broke. If Chris can survive this, he can win the fight. If you can just not get clipped clean, continue doing what he's doing, But we've still got 3 rounds essentially to go. Oh. This is what you call the championship rounds. You know, when you get into the 10th, 11th and 12th round. Oh, overhand right from Conor there. Oh, another left hook. Oh, Chris is doing well to take these shots. I don't know if that says more about the lack of power of Conor coming up, or if it says about, you know, Chris's ability to take a shot despite the dehydration. Because he got hurt clean. Well, he got heavily hurt in the 3rd round, I think it was. And we're going in the 10th round now, and he's still there, taking some heavy leather. So credit to him. And the thing is, in Chris's career at his best, there's never been no question about his chin. So just as well he has such a good chin, that even... Oh! Great experience there from Chris to keep bobbing and weaving low. But he needs to get close and hold. Recover for 10 to 20 seconds till his head clears. Respect to Chris, he's got that fighting mentality. He just keeps fighting on. No matter what he gets hit with. He's thrown his old... That's like reminiscent of the old Chris, throwing punches in close. But he hasn't got the same speed and zip behind his punches. It's really difficult to score. People are asking in the comments who am I picking, who do I think's winning. I possibly say Chris has landed more, but Conor's landed the heavier shots. But if I'm honest, it's really hard to score because I'm enjoying the fight so much. I'm not seeing every punch land, but wow. See, Chris is doing some great work, which is taking a lot of energy, but it's not really having a massive effect because the borderline arm punches, they're not really digging in and, going to drain the energy from Conor. So it's kind of ineffective work in the sense of the only positive from it is that he's pushing Conor back and not allowing him to get his shots off. But in terms of actually doing damage, it's not really doing much. See them shots over the top of Chris's head. Definitely doing damage. See Nigel clapping and happy with the work. It's a really, you can see Turkey just going over to Frank Warren. He's saying somebody's up. I'm not too sure who he's got. It's so difficult because Chris's style isn't to box sensible, and that's kind of what he needs to do. But his style is to fight, really. That's his best style. Going to war, pushing his man back. But it's given Conor opportunities. And one thing it does say... Oh, did he just clip Conor there? Conor isn't very good in close. He's much better when he's got a bit of space between him and his opponent, because when Chris is pushing him back, Conor's not really getting effective work off. So tactically, there is some method in the madness with Chris. He's got 2 rounds to go. Can he stay out of danger and continue doing what he's doing? Oh, lovely right hook from Chris there. Chris is doing some good work. He's definitely doing the better work. I just feel as if he's so vulnerable every time Conor clips him. Tell you what it is. I wouldn't like to be Chris's dad or his coach because I'm worried for him here. never mind being his cornerman. You know, the guy that's putting all the work with him week in and week out in the build-up to this fight. Because it's the worst thing in the world. You know, oh, nice combination there from Chris. I think he may have hurt Conor there. Oh, right hook as well. Oh, this fight has definitely lived up to expectation. What a fight. Chris has somehow managed to take it into a dogfight and make it difficult for Conor. Seen Chris just looking up at the air at the time stamp up at the air at the arena, trying to work out how long he's got. He's just waiting for this fight, for the bell to go. Wow. He's shown real grit and determination. And he's made some real great adjustments. Chris is absolutely exhausted. He keeps looking up. But, oh, beautiful shot he lands. Conor lifts his chin. Conor's fighting an autopilot right now. I think Conor's a bit hurt. Conor's trying to tie Chris up. Absolute respect to Chris. Oh, lovely right hand again from Chris. Oh, take a bow, Chris. Beautiful work. He just needs to survive one more round. Wow. How you seen it in the comment section? Who have you got? Who's winning? In my opinion, Yeah, I think I've got Chris. Eubanks is tired, but so is Conor. In that round, I said in the previous round before that Chris was kind of doing ineffective work. It was stopping Conor from letting his shots go, but he wasn't doing damage. But in that round, in round 11, he definitely done some damaging work and landed some, I'm watching the replay. He landed some beautiful shots on the inside there with Conor. Definitely shook him up. Conor took them in fairness. One round to go. What a fight. Come on, Chris. I'm rooting for Chris. I'm sorry, but I am. I just need him to survive this last round. No, I don't want to see him jumping in with left hooks. It's anything silly. I want to see clean work. Do what you done in the last round. Get close and personal, because it worked. Push Conor onto the back. Oh, lovely combination. Oh, lovely. Beautiful work. Hold. Hold. Let the time run down a little bit. Then get back to work. Do you know what it is? Oh, lovely shot. People who said it was going to be a points to victory, I really didn't say a points to victory. But people were right. I didn't see this going the distance. I tell you what, credit to both guys. They've definitely put the work in the camp, because the fitness has been incredible. 12 rounds of action-packed. I've always known Chris has got a great engine. He's doing the right thing. He's tying Conor up, trying to let the clock run down a little bit. But Conor's really untested at this level. And, over the... Oh! Did Conor catch Chris there? Tie him up. He needs to push him back onto the ropes like he did in the previous round. Oh, is he... Oh, he's hurt. Has he hurt Conor? Conor's definitely hurt. But I think his head's still clear, but he was rocked back onto his heels. I think he was complaining about something. Schoolboy error. Protect yourself at all times. Oh, another lovely left hook by Chris. This is all experience by Chris. That greater experience, like I said all along. But Chris is still vulnerable. He needs to be very careful. I say that was good refereeing. He got in between so that, beautiful shot by Conor. So that both guys couldn't punch while Chris's head was out the ropes and he was vulnerable. When that happened against Fraser Clark. Oh! Left hook by Chris again. Conor's shown a great chin in this fight. Conor's leading on him, trying to, grab a breather. 25 seconds to go. Yeah, when Fraser Clark fought Wardley, the referee didn't intervene, and Fraser got nailed. But protect yourself at all times. Fraser's fault, but that's great refereeing. This ref is great. I like what I see. Oh! What a fight. Chris Jr. is one, in my opinion. Absolutely great fight. Whoever wins here, there's no shame in it at all. They've put on an absolute spectacle. You know, this fight was about legacy. You know, carrying the torch from the parents, Nigel Benn and Chris Eubank Sr., two absolutely legends of the sport, some of the best that Britain's ever produced. Lovely to see here, Chris Sr. going over to Conor. Absolute respect to both guys because they've held themselves, they put on a great show for the crowd. 65,000+ people in the arena, and they've absolutely delivered, in my opinion. Absolutely amazing. And a lot of time when fights are, built up so big, when there's these massive rivalries, they don't live up to expectations. But in my opinion, another beautiful moment here with Conor speaking to Chris Sr. They're having a little moment. Beautiful to see. There's respect there. How can you not respect Chris Sr.? He's a boxing legend. The same with Nigel Benn. Yeah, you can see that Chris is celebrating here. In my opinion, he's done enough to win. He weathered the storm in the third round. That experience that he gained from his defeat to Liam Smith, the getting the rehydration, he showed good experience and he survived. He made necessary adjustments. Oh, there's Gordon Ramsay. Was it Gordon Ramsay that gave him the eggs? Was it one of his recipes? I don't know. But yeah, I feel proud for Chris Jr. And to be honest, he looks very emotional there. I think there's going to be a lot of emotions going to come out because, he's been through a lot. He's been mentally and physically to hell and back. I wouldn't wish some of the things he's experienced. Losing a brother, having his dad, disown him, leading up to a fight. They haven't supposedly spoke for years. This is going to be a big moment. Chris Eubanks Jr. has delivered. What a fight, and what that means to him after everything he's been through. And it was well deserved. Forget the weight cut, all that issue. He got through it. He delivered. And listen, Conor, put your head up high because, you're in there with a naturally bigger man, more experienced. You put on a great show, a great account of yourself. But unfortunately, it wasn't good enough because the experience, I said it many times, experience you can't buy. Listen, I'm really happy for Chris Jr. He's really gained a huge fan in me. There's Harlem, Eubanks, amazing, absolutely amazing. I think it's great for the whole family. And listen, I've got nothing but respect for Nigel Benn because he's a massive, like I say, fighter in the game. And, this wasn't about Nigel. He's got to take his emotion from, it doesn't affect what his legacy. This is the sons. It's about their legacy moving forward. And, guess what? Guess what, guys? We've still got the rematch. I tell you what it is. I can't wait for the rematch. Come on, the sooner the better. I watch that every day of the week and twice on a Sunday. What a fight. Yeah, I really feel for Conor because, let's just, for argument's sake, say that the failed drug test was a massive mistake. It was totally accidental. He's had, so much criticism for all these, for 2 years. He's fought tooth and nail. And, this was really his redemption, to prove all the critics wrong. But, it hasn't worked out. There's not much more I can say. But I can understand he's already a massively emotional guy. This is everything and more in terms of being your worst nightmare. Oh my God. I'm looking at Chris Senior. He's already got the biggest the biggest ego in the whole arena. And now his son, flesh and blood, is just beating Nigel Benn's son, Conor Benn. I mean, do you imagine how big his ego is? How is he going to get his head out of the arena? It's just, hey, come on. Do you know what it is? Forget Chris Jr. I want to see a dance performance in the middle of the ring from Chris Sr. I'm taking back everything I've said. Give Chris Sr. his moment. Look at the face on Chris Sr. Simply the best. But no, seriously, I'm really, really happy for Chris Jr. because he's really been through a lot. You know, if I'm going to say who needs this more, and I know it shouldn't come down to this, it should be the best man wins. But in my opinion, Conor Benn, what's happened to him, he's brought on himself. It's his own mistake. Like I said earlier, it shouldn't happen. He's got the financial means the team to make sure this doesn't happen. Whereas Chris, he's made no mistakes. He's done nothing wrong, but he's had serious tragedy in his life. Lost a brother. He's had to take on his brother's son. He's fell out with his father. He's been through a tough time. So I'm really pleased for him. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. Someone in the comment section. Yeah, well, Humpty Dumpty has got what he deserved, maybe. Yeah. And for all the people, saying that it wasn't that Conor said in terms of the reason why he failed a drug test, maybe that was one of the findings, but I know he changed his tune quite a few times, so it's difficult because I would have to really go back and watch all the different footage. But what I witnessed, I didn't like that attitude and the way he represented himself. I wanted to see him, say I've made a mistake. Me or someone in my team has made a mistake. I'll get to the bottom of it. I don't know who it was, but no, just pretty much blamed everyone else. That's the way it came across. I can see Conor cuddling his dad. It's lovely to see, they've got a great bond. They love each other clearly. And he'll be heartbroken. But tonight is about the Eubanks. It's now 2-0 to the Eubanks. 2 wins and a draw. Yeah, this is a very, very bitter pill to swallow for Conor. I think I've just heard him say the inactivity, he's been out the ring for a long time, is something I did mention in my prediction video, because he hasn't fought since the start of last year. That's a long time to be out the boxing ring, a very long time, because you can do the sparring and all the training, but there's nothing like being match fit and actually fighting under the bright lights with a crowd there. It's your body's got to endure, and your mental has got to endure something completely different. That's half the battle. People don't understand. I'm a personal trainer. I coach boxing, and I've trained people who've fought, and I've tried to tell them on the debut, a massive percentage of your nervous energy will disappear. You think you're 100% fit, and straight away 40% disappears because of nervous energy. And that's the same for Conor. When you fight week in, week out, I'm talking about football here, when you're match fit and you fight, you're playing football regular, all the nerves, you just get used to them. You learn how to channel them. And it's the same for fighters. The more regular you fight, the better you are under the lights. You can see the motions in Conor. He's trying to keep it together. He's desperate to cry. Yeah, he's hurt. He's really, really feeling it. P.S. Morgan is crying. Someone said, yeah, he pretty much tag team Chris in that P.S. Morgan interview. I hope the two of them embrace, because regardless of what happened previously, you've just exchanged leather, you know, tried to hurt each other. You've got to gain each other's respect after all of that. I'm not sure if that's already happened or not, but I wonder what Eddie Hearn's saying. Yeah, I can see Eddie Hearn saying he's got to be proud in what Conor's been through. You've got to be proud of failing a drugs test. I'm sorry, but failing a drugs test and dealing with it well isn't something to be proud of. Is he crazy? I know, in fairness to Eddie, he backed him from the beginning. Maybe he knows something I don't. But if that is the case, let everybody know. As far as I'm aware, he failed multiple tests. End of story. Be proud of him for that. Be proud of the performance, but not of what he's went through in the last couple of years. It's his own fault. I don't accept that. But listen, we know Eddie Hearn. He backs his own, and he's the best talker in the business. There's no doubt about it. But he's wrong. End of. Simple.